Yeah, yeah, we're back again. I don't know where that's coming from. Okay, let's see what people want, what people need. You know, you know. Do 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 do. um. This is actually really interesting. Hello, Haley. I was like, is there going to be a full minute? Hello, Serge. Hello, Jobeth. Hello, Starry Night. Hello, Shree. Hello, H. And hello, Sheila. How are you guys going? Globe, hello. How is everyone? Hello, Mahidi. Hello, Danielle. Hello, Kui. Sheila says Zenkreshi's feelings. Hello, Sapnia. It's weird. This person goes from like really, really wanting this to like, nah, I'm fine, I'm good, I'm full. Sheila. So this person's like in these two mindsets. I don't know. Like I feel like you probably need to have a conversation with this person because they're like flip-flopping whether they want it or not. Starry Night says, "What kind of friend is F?" Okay, they kind of like take on other people's like they're listening to other people. Actually, they're getting to the point that they're kind of really going against gossip or against what other people like want them to think about you. And I think they're naturally going to get into a point that they care about you a lot more than what other people say. Like you're surrounded by like group friends that are just like so some of them are a little bit negative, a little bit toxic. So this person's just like, I don't believe you anymore. That's what I see as like, hey, like no. So I think that the genuine person, they might be swayed about other people's thinking. Okay, there's interestingly enough, like maybe you're really not talking to yourself in a very nice way. Like you're not really looking after your body per se. So you're you're letting like the body, yeah. Um yeah, you're not looking after yourself in a way that would benefit your body. Um, there's another one where I feel, yeah, you're looking very much to the future and you should focus on the present. No, yes. There's a kind of a little bit there. So it's very interesting because this was either like focus on the future or focus on the present. And yeah, I feel like, yeah, you stop focusing too much on the future and start focusing on your present. Page of Cups, you're starting to actually get out of like a really self-reflective cycle. So I don't know why you're treating your body like you are, because it kind of goes against what you're actually trying to do with your mind. So it might be that you're actually struggling with that mind-body connection right now. So like you could sit there and go, but I eat the good vegetables I eat. You've got to realize that bacteria, like fermented food, very good for you. There's like lots of different like things like resveratrol and B vitamins that help with longevity. You have to realize that there's more to your looking after your body than just like the standard, the bold standard, you know? Didi says, hello, how are you? Does AJ have any intentions on marrying me? This person has every intention of marrying you, but they keep spending. They keep on spending and they're not saving for a wedding. So you might have to be like, well, you know, like, hey, you won't really want to marry me, but you need to save that moolah. Yeah, definitely not thinking not. Definitely thinking about marriage. S's move towards you. Oh my lord. They've done some very weird attention-seeking behavior before, and you kind of seem like you know what they usually do with that something. So you're kind of annoyed ignoring some of the like attention seeking, and then they're being very dramatic. They feel like their world is falling apart because you're not like giving them the attention that they want, which may be not really that great because you know like if you're always called to be someone else's like attention, then that's a interesting thing. Interesting endeavor. Sans feelings, says Sanch. Ace of Cups means the heart is full, but there's also like a sense of like that you want this person to do something that you want them to do, and if they don't do it the way you want, you kind of freeze them out. So it could be just that this person doesn't have time or room for you as much as they want or they should. You know, so it could be it's completely some of their faults. They don't spend time with you. You're starting to get frustrated and upset and angry, and you know, like it's normal to feel that way. Like if people don't give us the space and they give us parts of their heart, and they tend to just be like, well, like we're switch like switch on switch off, like this is not how humans work. So this is kind of a weird thing where Stan might not completely understand that, but expect you to treat them nicely in some ways, and it's just like, well, you know, I've got to treat me like that. And no. Okay, so Haley says general messages. Haley, there is a bit that you're kind of like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. You are very single-minded to the point that it's kind of getting dogmatic. So you might not see anything in general around you, which you need to kind of like open the board of view, have a look around, and sit there and go, oh, I want that, and I want that too. Because the Nine of Wands is telling you that you're getting very, very close to this. This is ninth messenger cards, so there's a message that you're getting close to what you want. You just need to open your mind and open your eyes a little bit more. Clove says, will my person email me before the... based on past history with this person, I wouldn't say that they'll email you back before the end of this weekend. They're probably still upset of past like disagreements or arguments that they've had. I feel, Clove, this is about them contacting you. So if they feel like undue pressure, or they have to do it, people kind of have this weird thing where if they're expected to do something, they don't do it. It's like, we're very weird. If you say, oh, that would be lovely, thank you so much, like, this person just like will be like, hey, I've done it. You know. But if you're like, yeah, I expected that, you're like, yeah, fine, I'll see where I can fit you. You know. So like, honestly, their expectations of that person, and they'll contact you sooner. You just go, I was busy. Mahidi, will AJ reach out to me anytime soon? You need to plan this. You need to also open yourself up for cooperation and playing and stuff like this. This might be like one of these things that this person's also kind of incredibly not thinking about cooperating or communicating with you. So you need to plan the communication yourself, you know. So if that's the case, then I would say not to them to reach out to you, but you reach out to them. Just say, oh, I miss you. Like, what you doing? Oh, yeah, I've been busy, you know. Just leave it open-ended, so they're like, okay, that seems like very sus. You're like, teaching you tricks from the book. Will Neil marry Freya? This is an interesting person. I would say that they're kind of like weighing up your attributes, weighing up whether you would make a good wife. So I feel like if you really want this to be a thing, you might have to think about what you normally like put on as like how could I explain it? We have like traits in ourselves. So if you really want to be like the wife, you need to take on the mom and the like wife vibes. Like, does that make sense? To grow those wife vibes. Because this person's like, oh, will this person be like a good match for the rest of my life? Page of Pentacles, they know how to deal with emotions. They just choose not to. So it might be that they're kind of slightly like dodging that bullet. And Page of Swords, I feel like they know that the expectation is like on them. So sometimes you should sit there and go, oh yeah, you know, like, I'm not getting any younger. I want a husband. If this is not gonna happen, like, I've gotta think about getting a husband to have kids with, you know? Like, the ladies, don't you agree? It's like, we only have a certain amount of time. I'm 33. My other half wants 3 kids. So we better start soon. Did M and E talk about me when I wasn't around? What did they say? That they feel like you're slightly a little bit more like distant or cold or aloof, H, and they're also talking about like fights or disagreements that they have with you. And now that's not a bad thing. Like, H, they're not complaining about you. Kind of like, how could I explain it? Like, sometimes people need to kind of decompress. Like, they might get really confused about you, like, hey, is this person okay? Like, they don't seem like they're in a great space right now, or they're kind of in their head right now, and we had like a standoff or argument, and they're like, hey, me too. And so it's usually the whole idea is we, especially women, will talk about social situations, kind of like understand how to resolve it. This is why like guys don't get us, is women will talk about a problem and like guys are like, hey, I get to solve it, and we're like, no, we're fine, we figured it out. We just wanted to complain about it. Should I eat apple cores in my higher self opinion? uh I think they're telling you that it's naturally going to go down the drain anyway, and your body really can't process apple cores. So, Callum, it really doesn't matter. Actually, the funniest thing, to what is it? To get enough arsenic, you would have to eat 23 different apples. Like, honestly, you'd be throwing up before you even got there. So, unless you're like going around eating everybody else's apple cores, I think it is fine. Sheila says buffering. If you guys miss your thing, make sure to go back in time. Jobeth, you got your spirit reading, so there you go. I already did that one. Is there a third party between me and Ankanet? I always find it funny, Shrey, because like sometimes it's not. Oh my god, this person's so burnt out that they wouldn't be able to have another third party. Like, come on, their like energy levels are like on the ground. So I don't feel like they could sustain a connection. I think that it's a struggle, maybe like even sustaining the connection you guys have. Because this person's close to burning out or having a bit where they need to take a break. When we push ourselves too much and our body's like, you need to take a break. You need to take a break. And we don't take a break. We just like end up in this bit. And I think it's like, it's not going to like hurt that person to take a break. You know, like you get sick or and then you're like hold up for a couple of days. And guys, do guys agree with this? Like, it's hard. It's hard being a guy and getting sick. Like women tend to be like, oh yeah, we're doing it all 2 days, like and the guys are like, oh, before. So does T think about me these days? This is interesting. I feel like they really don't miss you, as in that they still like think about you, but they wouldn't say that they had a future with you. So when people move on, they kind of close down, they kind of delete parts of you, in general, in memory. So they're kind of chasing money right now, not really connections. So I don't feel like they missed you, if that makes sense. Cody says, have I met my future spouse? Oh, this is interesting. I would say so. This person is quite, like, you've closed your world down to, like, limit, like, the people that are in, and this person's in your space. So it feels like this person is important to you. You know, Kiwi, you just like have to realize that this person's important to you. And also Queen of Wands. So if you're feminine, this person sees you as this. If you're masculine, this person is your completer. You know, so Queen of Wands are very highly extroverted, passionate. They're very outgoing. They tend to be more outdoors person than indoors person, and I like they can like sports if they want to, but they tend to be highly active person. Which I'm not. I'm definitely don't want. Okay, so New Love says, love we reading for the next 2 weeks. Well, firstly, this came out, so New Love, you're so close to it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Next 2 weeks is bringing you in some love. Sorry, I had to. There you go. You're so close to it. May I have a general reading for what I need to know right now? So Springs! Hello Springs! I don't think I've seen you before. Hello Jasmine, how are you? Okay, so Queen of Pentacles in reverse. So either if you're feminine, this is you, and it's actually a really interesting card. If you're masculine, this is your archetype. The King of Swords, you. This is actually a good partnership, actually. Weirdly enough, this seems like a good partnership. Ace of Swords, the sky is not falling down. Don't worry, don't panic. The sky is not falling down. Seek spiritual guidance or take time to like connect to spirituality. Knight of Cups, get out of your headspace. So this could be where you're naturally in, is this headspace, and you need to kind of realize that, hey, it's not real. Go outside, look up. Still sunny. At the moment, it's still sunny. Well, actually, I live in the UK. It's nighttime, so it depends where you are. So Queen of Pentacles in reverse. This is a boss babe. She's going for it. She's starting her own business. And King of Swords. So this is a natural couple. So if this is your masculine, then this is you. If you're feminine, this is you. So this is actually a really good compatibility. Swords working with Queen of Pentacles in whatever she wants. They'd also really decide, like, really enjoy that you're really working on what you want to work on. You know, there's kind of like mutual respect there. Which is good for swords, because they need to respect the person, or either they're mean to them, or they just like cut them out of their lives. Swords tend to be very good at cutting people out, which I kind of have to realize and accept about myself. We'll update you. Hey, so new love. Good luck. Tell me how it goes. Morgan says, "What are Justice plans with me? Letting it fade, friendship, or wanting more?" Honestly, I feel like you're a little bit spent here, Morgan. You've got to look after yourself first. You'll have to look after yourself. You're spending like your emotional like on everybody, you know, like you're looking after everybody emotionally. You're spending all the money, and it's not coming back. You just have to like sit there and go, nah, if you're not gonna give me the emotionals or whatever, don't spend it on other people, you know. Like, people tend to not really understand emotional value. The sun is just like, keep glowing, keep on bringing love, hope, and joy into the world. You are an amazing person. You should let that inner chakra, like the heart chakra, it feels like you're just like opening it up, letting it shine, you know. And you should just like focus on that. So what is justice plans with you? Adjuster doesn't know. You know, so you need to sit there and go, if he's not gonna spend that, bye. Because, you know, people don't realize what they've got until it's gone, you know. it's the whole idea. It's the whole idea that that's a thing. Subla says, may I have a reading for the next 4 days? Hello Jade said hello Leo. Oh my god. Okay, so you should work on your business. You should just keep on working on things that scare you a little bit at a time. So you should work on things that you struggle with, because you're naturally going to win at them for the next 4 days. Also, to kind of like mature a certain amount of tact, or a little bit more like grace when it comes to words. Like last night, I kid you not, I had an argument at like 3 o'clock in. No, it was until 3 o'clock in the morning, because my partner is not a native English speaker. And so we're arguing about something that was grammar based. Because they're like, read it as this thing. Because I use English all the time. Probably not that, like, I think I'm quite blunt when it comes to things. And, yeah. You don't want to be the one staying up until 3 a.m. arguing about something because you say they don't need to, you know? So it's just like one of those arguments that could have been solved if we'd been a little bit more, you know. The devil. Okay, love a general reading much. Leo. Weirdly enough, you're addicted. You're addicted to having many options on your plate. So I would honestly say, Leo, you've got to realize that you need to choose one option, not like have the whole plate. So you need to kind of realize and step back and go, hey, like this is not like all you eat buffet. You need to choose one person. Either that, or you just have to spend a lot of time like lying and doing like hey, like I'm going on a date. There's like so many stories of like Tinder dates that like they're going they're dating someone else at the same time, you know. Maxie, give me a second. It might be about 5 minutes, okay, guys, for the end of chat. Hey Cass, what is A's current feelings for me, says Jade. I think you need to let go of control over this situation or whatever, and just keep on like they keep on responding back to you in a little way. So just don't kind of hold on to expectations. Just kind of like let the expectations go, because how can I explain it? Expectations can be a relationship killer in some ways. And just respond back, because they're obviously investing somehow. They're just like a little bit. So you just need to figure out like, hey, is this too much? Am I too much for them right now? Like when we sit there and go, oh, people have to love us the way we are, but we dump everything on them. So you know. How is he going to feel after reading? What did I send him on chat this morning, please? He was struggling like Charity. I feel like this person's struggling. You might be sending too many Snapchats, you know? Too many Snapchats. This was a cut deal. Maybe live in a couple, because like you like the Snapchat. They just can't cope. So give them like space. But like I think they're like sitting there going, okay. Obviously they feel like it's quite positive. This was underneath, so they do see your as this gorgeous Queen of Pentacles. So that's good, Charity. Like, honestly, they see a really positive side of you. Here's a queen. Danica says, are the cards telling me to be with him or move on? They seem to want you to actually, like, talk and cooperate with this person. So, honestly, they're saying, give this person a chance, but kind of, like, be more open, you know? Because we can spend, like, a lot of times with, like, what is it? You have to have one positive experience to 5 negative experiences, you know? So it's kind of a hard thing. Um, and like, honestly, after a while, like, if you don't have those positives, then your heart will harden up. A while ago, I was doing career reading, please. That's okay. I did a course in counseling, or communication, as it was called, and and the person that was taking it was a counselor, and he said, I usually do marriages, and it's really sad because by the time people come for counseling, their heart is hardened. Like, he said, like, hearts are usually like flowers, and over time, like, they've been hurt so many times that their heart's closed up and turned to concrete, and you really can't let them go because they're always thinking in their heads about the past. Kay says, career reading, please. There is a creative block for you. So you have to is like the best part of, like, you kind of creating a better name for yourself, Kay. Because weirdly enough, we say we don't need creatives now in day to day. We do need them. They are good innovators. They tend to help businesses a lot. And Page of Cups, I think that you need to stop self-evaluating yourself much and kind of take a step back and realize that sometimes it's them, not you. So if your company is not treating you fairly, you might need to think about moving. Leisha says, how is my future? Hello, Zombie, how are you? It might be 5 minutes for the end of chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to move as fast as possible. Leisha says, what's my future proposal? Firstly, I feel like you can have some very negative attributes. You might be prone to things like anger, frustration, lashing out with your words sometimes. Also, there's kind of an undercurrent of, like, you might always feel like people are going to abandon you or not look after you. So this can be what's actually triggering these two, you know? And you need to work on those because they will they will obviously control how other people perceive you, you know? So Leisha, just keep on working because there is, like, a marriage, you know, but you need to work on this because this is actually letting you be chaotic, and, like, people don't really want to be with people that can just, like, naturally switch, you know? And Knight of Wands, just, like, re-evaluate what's important to you about your marriage. Like, what would be important for you in the future to go and get married. But honestly, you keep on working on these two, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. So I feel like timeline, if you deal with this abandonment and, like, your very quick fuse, which is because of the abandonment, it's like, oh yeah, are you going to be cheating on me? Are you going to... And so it's not a fear. I think it's just abandonment in general. So you need to work on that and address that. And I feel like in the next 2 years or 1 year, you're going to get what you want. Like, and your marriage proposal will be done, you know? I see it says, hello, will like successfully get my job this month. You need to let go of control over this process. Yeah. And realize that you have chosen options that are good for you. You know? Just keep on applying for the options that all suit you best and kind of let go of control over this. Which seems like insane. You're like, she's crazy. Like, I need a job. And sometimes it's because like when we have this desperation energy, or we have like, hey, I really need this, we can be in such a like a really bad state that we kind of push the thing we want. Like, you know how you answer the phone and someone's like stressed? You could hear it. Like, the upset, you could hear that. And so sometimes you just have to realize, hey, I'm doing good. I'm playing for things and you're going to get it soon, you know? You just need to let go of the thing. Will I get a good return from the Wilkin app? I think honestly, it's going to keep you growing. I think that there's going to be some interesting things that would help, which is that you will get a lot of network from this app. And even if it doesn't work, you'll have that network for everything else, Kevin. And the whole idea is the most underrated currency is people. So that's a good thing. And reevaluate how big it needs to be, because this feels like you need to make it smaller, and you need to kind of make it so you can complete it without too much issue. You know, so it might be just too big right now. Like, what was it? Instagram was this whole big thing back in the day. And they weren't going very well because they had this whole thing. And they found the guy that founded it or developed it found his girlfriend really liked the photo changing feature that they just included as like something funny, and they actually decided to make Instagram out of it. And it was just like, well, Instagram's now a multi-billion-dollar business, you know? Clara says, Light, ma'am, what does he want to reveal to me, please? This person wants to get up and go. It kind of feels like this person doesn't see you as being compatible either. So this kind of feels like this person's shifting their mood. So Clara, I don't know whether you're with this person. If they are, they're kind of feeling like they need to kind of move on, or they need to, yeah, I feel like they've understood that you guys are not compatible in some way, you know? You're very welcome, Kevin. Let me know how it goes. I'm really happy to see what everybody makes, because you're all highly creative, so. Hello, Alex. It might be 5-10 minutes. You could definitely put down a question though. Okay, so Fatin says, "Hey, what's coming to love soon?" It feels nothing actually. Weirdly enough, I feel like you're stuck. It's also that your energy is kind of like childlike without like maybe more take and more than give. So the emotional immaturity tends to show, which you need to kind of like control. You need to be a little bit more less likely to emotionally manipulate someone to get what you want. I don't mean that you need to realize, you might actually not even know that you're emotionally manipulative in some respect. That doesn't mean that you do it often, you know? Also, you tend to be stuck right now. So, what are you stuck on? Maybe how, like, you perceive love. you perceive love as being all-encompassing, all-powerful. Love is kind of a weird thing. It's like if I was going to break it down to its basic level, you get enough oxytocin and you get enough hormones to make a baby, and then if they bond to that baby, they stay. If they don't bond to that baby, they leave. That's the basic gist of it. So love is kind of a weird thing that we kind of took up in modern day society, because now we can marry for love. There's never been a time that we marry for love in the past, because we've never been that rich. So you can say, oh yeah, we're not rich. But if we can own more clothes than anybody in history, like, we could own clothes more than, like, kings in the past, queens in the past. Like, we have access to a lot of things that we take for granted, you know? Hasita, you're very welcome. So Hasita says, general reading for me. Page of Pentacles, work on financial knowledge, whatever you need to do with your finances. So if it's budgeting, if it's investing, you need to learn a little bit more about money in general. And I think this is so important. I've got this so many times, like, this year. And it's just because the world is volatile. Right now, it's quite volatile. So you need to look after your money. Also, keep cooperating and keep on communicating with people that will make you happy, and make you complete, and make you fulfilled. This could be a partner, this could be friends. Just keep on working with your people that make you happy, because, you know, everyone wants to be happy right now, and we should. Other than some people that are obviously getting screwed, you know. Hello, Butterfly, how are you? Alex, hello, would the Scorpio like for me to email him? Ooh. This email probably would get into the, like, spam folder, places that I haven't looked yet. Like, you could try it, but this person's, like, emails are so bad right now, that you might get lost and bogged down in the middle of it. But don't panic, don't, yeah. They're definitely wanting the love. So if they don't contact you back, does not mean that they didn't want to see you or like get in touch with you, but realize that it could be hidden in their email. Says, there you go, Alex. Samela says, hi, will I become a millionaire? Interesting. Okay, so you got the signs of tangible manifestation. You have the Tower moment. So you're actually re-talking your idea of money. Like, you did, like, fall off the bandwagon with money in a while ago. You've got a lot of energy, but it's used constructively. The Hangman in this one means that you might need to stop, like, thinking about things as a process of acquiring things, acquiring stuff, Samuela, because sometimes people don't realize the trappings of rich do not make you rich. Other than, like, people that are rich will invest in Rolexes, will invest in, like, things. So usually you'll see them driving a fancy car. It's an investment. If they've got a watch on the wrist, investment, you know. The Hangman in reverse, you're struggling to actually fall into a place that would help you. It might be actually that you are scared of this place, so it could have some debt. And there's some things that I would talk to you about, is that you can have good debt. you have to think about it, you can have good debt. So manifestation, you definitely have energy. You need to live not for things. You're building up your association back with money. So I don't think that there's anything there that doesn't tell me that you won't be a millionaire. You just need to believe it, you know? Hello, man. How are you? Star Lover says, I do have a general live reading. Well, this is live. Okay, haven't flirtation. Okay, so honestly, I think that it's interesting because you kind of oscillate between really like taking time, Star Lover, to talk to people. You might do a little bit of flirting, and then you just like sit there and go, nope, I don't want to be around people. So it's kind of like the mood is like, yes, hi, how are you doing, sexy? And then next thing you're like, oh, I don't want to be around people. So how can I explain this? You need to find this healthy balance between your space and what you occupy with other people. It might be time to actually give yourself like space in your house that no one can come in. Like even if it's a corner with your meditation cushion or a little bit of a throw rug in that corner where no one could come in, it's your space. Because I feel like you get overwhelmed sometimes because you're always like trying to push yourself a little bit more. And that's fine. That's fine. I think that obviously everyone feels like interactions with you are good. They find you really a joy and a pleasure to be around. But then you kind of tire yourself out. So give yourself some space. Give yourself some kind of like space where you know that no one's going to be in, you know? Lauren says, who's better for me? A or OL? Okay, A, OL. OL for sure. So A finds you kind of a little bit too like emotionally immature, tends to be a little bit more like, hey, can you grow up please, Lauren? So it could be that this person gets slightly annoyed about little things, and that doesn't mean that it's you. Like some people just will be like, oh yeah, my ex did that, and they had that feeling that they were always like not growing up yet. And especially with women, like for so long we haven't had like Peter Pan women, but we're getting that. You know, High Priestess for OL. So this person is tangibly manifesting with you. So I feel like this person's like seeing the possibilities, creating the possibilities with you. So OL for hands down. You know, what are is P's opinions of me? Jesus Christ, those turned over, and I was like, well, you know, they've got to come out. So honestly, you're a very outgoing person. You tend to be like everything, but you tend to not have a lot of cards on the table. You might not have worked very hard, Danica, to keep on like growing your skill set. Like, how can I explain it? How to make yourself seem to be more attractive or more intelligent is to keep on learning. Keep on growing skill sets. Go and do your bachata class or your salsa class, Danica. So I feel like you just don't have those skills or hobbies yet. The tower is fall down. Oh my god, my English today is fallen down, so therefore you can build this back up again. So honestly, this person feels like they enjoy your company. You're kind of an outgoing person, but yeah, you could do some hobbies and interests that make you more interesting as a person as a whole, you know. So Haley says, how does my aunt that used to be my favorite aunt now feel now that I find out she's a snake? Oh my god, that card just like flipped itself. I think this person understands that you might feel this way, but they also want to like reach out and contact you and make sure that like obviously she can't be completely what you feel she is. Because if she is used to be your favorite aunt, Haley, she might not be completely that bad. Yeah, so she's still trying to like get you to like her again, you know? So I don't know what went completely that way, but you know, people will think in the way that they think, and they will always say that they're higher than they want to be, you know? We're always kind about ourselves. So Sumlin Mishra says, hello ma'am, A's current feelings for me. This person doesn't seem to be trying to go towards you. They kind of got stuck in between like coming towards you and like not being interested. And this is down to unfair judgment. Is there something that you display on the outside that probably like pushes people away? Summerlin, because this person can feel this energy. Maybe you're scared a little bit of like relationships or something like that, and they're kind of picking up this vibe that they shouldn't come closer to you because yeah, it seems like it's going to be really hard to come closer to you. This seems to be that you're kind of looking at the like little tiny things, a little tiny details when you should see a bigger picture too. So honestly, I feel like this person's stuck, and it's just like the way that you project some of your feelings in general that you might even not know. You might have to like ask to people, like, guys, what do I display? It's like every time I talk about love relationship or anything, like how do I say it? So Sagittarius says, does George want to marry me? Well, this person wants to. I feel like they want to fight for you. So in general, I don't think marriage per se Sagittarius, because like guys could be like, you want me to do something? Mm-hmm. But in general, like there's a lot of playing. So this person actually sees you as being someone worth fighting for, someone worth to keep on keeping active. This person does see the value in you. That's so cute. They want to be your forever playmate. Like in some ways, they want to like sit there and tell you never stop playing. You're such a open and playful spirit. Pretty says, is Hassan my future spouse? I think that you'll naturally like get into this relationship, and yeah, Hassan probably will be your spouse. I think that if you want this to be closer, Pretty, then that you want is to rethink like how you want to approach this like marriage question. But in general, I feel like you'll naturally progress into like a marriage with this person. Lisa, Harvey, was Jay my divine partner? We're no longer together now due to things. It's hard because the the whole idea of like people, there was like a bit where this person had this very genuine love connection with you, but the cards are saying like don't think too much about like the future, focus on the present. It could be that you're kind of like imagining what the future could be with this person, Lisa, and they're like, this is making you unhappy. The sun in reverse is like, look after yourself, be your sunlight, be your like you know, so be your own like true love. But yeah, there was this genuine connection, a very deep connection. I don't feel like this person might like, honestly, it could have been a divine, but then, you know, like, you always gotta find another fish in the sea, unfortunately. There's a lot of them, like, come on, there's like 8-9 million people, like, and the average of like people nowadays being not young, so you have to like rule out a population because some people are getting older. We've got an aging population here on this planet, mostly, like, on average. um People that speak English or like languages you speak, maybe less. And then you've got to realize that there's quite a lot of people out there for you, so what was it? They said 1 out of 10 people could be like Mr. Right. So just go to lots and lots of parties. You'll find a lot of people that you would naturally connect with. How does beef? Oh my god, the cards are just like out. Interesting enough, this person wants to please you, but you're in a state of being frustrated, and probably just because you're frustrated, Jane, you're actually kind of angry. So with swords, if they get any kind of sense of frustration, they just go like this. And this is actually really interesting because this is the dynamic that I have with my other half. He's King of Cups, I'm Queen of Swords. That's naturally what I draw for yeah. And I've had like some bits where I've been like, well, hey, now of Cups, I don't know how I feel about that, but usually I pull out Queen of Swords for myself. So I think that you've got to realize that your gripe about yourself is that like you kind of don't feel like you can change the world. Like you can't change like how people are selfish, you can't change like how people are mean. And if we walk around like sitting there going, people are selfish, people are mean, then we're going to act like that. And it's subconscious. I'm sure that you don't sit there and go, oh yeah, I'm gonna be mean today because people are mean. No, we tend to like integralize this, and we'll be like, well, that kind of feels fair, feels justified. There's also a fear response with this. You do not want to let this person go, which can mean that this ends on jealousy. This could end on like being petty, starting fights just because you're scared that that person's going to leave. Don't worry. Like, honestly, you should always just go, if they leave, they leave. It's a choice. Everything is a choice. They could just decide one day, and that's okay. That's fine. Which is kind of sad, really, but you don't own them, and they don't own you, so Chariot means that there's a move in order and that you might be very dissatisfied with your general environment. So this might be good for you guys to plan a move and actually move somewhere that's going to make you happier or make you feel more fulfilled, you know? Okay, so Sagittarius says, what plans does my manager Tamara have for me regarding my current position? You're just gonna naturally fall into it. I think you're scared of like getting such a big role, but you'll naturally just be good for that. You know, you're good. You're going to be very elevated in this job because this manager feels like you're very hardworking. You do the hustle. You do the grind. You're very good at being hardworking to get what you want. And the hangman just means that you might feel like you're taking on too much responsibility, or you don't want that responsibility, and you'll naturally fall in a place that you're going to be naturally competent, even though you're scared that you won't be. So, Smriti Khanna model says, will Uptel marry Smriti Khanna? How do you say it? Smriti Khanna. Sorry. I feel like this person's in about a move. So, if they move away from you, I don't feel like they're coming back. So, like, sometimes distance will kill a relationship. It's just like one of those things that happens, you know? So, I don't feel like this person has like an idea of like marriage. They might be just like not thinking about it at all, and they probably will move. Okay, interesting. Firstly, I feel like it's a love marriage because there's going to be so many like incompatibilities. If you were doing arranged marriage, they look for compatibilities. So I don't feel like you're going to have that where it's not a love marriage. There might be a little bit of a difference between your partner. The star in reverse means that you should grow yourself a lot, so you should sow that seed and grow yourself more than anything, and get up and go to meet your partner. So it seems like it's up to you, which sounds scary, but I'm sure like you'll meet the person that you really want very soon, you know? So hi to Sandra. Can I know when will my father's pension get active? It seems like there's a little bit of problem with like withdrawing that active. Page of Pentacles and the Fool. Okay, so this needs, your father needs to like understand the financial like so some finance in order to fix this kind of thing. Like there's got to be like some loopholes. The Fool, you need to enjoy the moment as it comes. I think your dad's not very happy with the pension, but it seems like it's just like, okay, you need to balance your like money right now and not really worry about it, because honestly it might take a little bit of a time, enchantress. So I feel like you just need to give your dad something to do. It could be just that if he's like wanting to retire, like maybe he should try and sit there and go, can I live on like savings for a while? How can I budget this? So when the money comes in, he's already on the kind of like pension payout, so he can then transition over naturally. Sunblast says, what are S's thoughts and intentions towards me? Hey Tay Rose, how are you? Okay, Ace of Swords and Four Pentacles. This person's like saving up their emotions. I feel like they want to spend them on you though, so they're not overspending. They're actually like saving up enough like emotional thoughts and feelings and stuff like that for you. They wish that you weren't so blunt and so direct. Like sometimes you can be a little bit too like forceful for them, Sumbler. I think that with um women, and don't get me wrong, don't jump down my throat, but I feel like women have taken on a lot of masculine energy lately, and there's sometimes like where you've got to realize that the softer you are, the easier it is to pass through life. I think like some people say it's easier to be a woman. I don't feel like sometimes it is, but then you've got to realize like butting heads with anybody is not going to help you, especially if you're a woman. I think confrontational for a woman is always seen as being not great, you know? Uh, H says any messages from him? He's stuck, but he's slowly getting out. So he's probably like, this person seems like they've gone through a little bit of like, how can I explain this? I feel like they got stuck on something that was addictive. That doesn't mean drugs, but I feel like this person got really like bogged down by something that was addictive that maybe we all have. Like, it could be sugar, it could be alcohol, but this person had this kind of feeling that they were gonna be stuck for the rest of their lives, but they're slowly working on it. So whatever it was, or whatever it is, they're trying to resolve it and grow from it. So hello, Tarima. How are you? Glazy, can I be in a relationship with the person I'm thinking about? I'm a Scorpio. Yes. Yes, you can, Glazy. Just keep putting the work in. Show up every single day for this relationship. Because you did have a tower. It did fall down. Maybe there was no contact, but you need to just put the work in. And yeah, you'll get that. Okay, so Sunita says, hi, will the government paperwork be done yet soon? Yes, for sure, Sunita. I don't have to say anything. The universe knows exactly what you want, and they'll be doing it. Will I hit the lottery? No bueno, no bueno. So you're not compatible with the lottery, which is okay. There's not a lot of people that'll be compatible with the lottery, you know? Citron says, does my person want to tend to keep this in connection with me? Yes, for sure. This is 9 of Cups, so this person definitely wants to keep on with this connection. Les Miz says, message for my guide for this month, please. Just keep being joyful, open, happy, radiant, loving, and things will naturally come as they come. When happiness is such a great attractant. You know how you like looked at a street and you're like, hey, I want some of what she's having. It's like, because you see how people are happy and you're like, hey, I want to be with that person. or like naturally when you're like in a place of abundance, you're like, hey, like bank account's so good, like everything's radiant. Sandeep says, hello, God bless and guide us all. Or any other deity, honestly. So yeah, I believe everyone, if you care and you love and you're out there and you're making the world a better place, then I don't care if you're worshipping the spaghetti monster. My soul does AM see me as a person. They do, but they wanna kind of help you because there's kind of attention-seeking behavior that they know you display. They're trying to help you see that, but it might be so ingrained in you you don't notice. There's also a bit that, yeah, they see like life good around you, you know, my soul. But yeah, it's like if you say see me as a person, that means that fundamentally you don't see yourself as a person as well, you know? So you need to address what you feel inside before you can translate it out into the world. Okay, so Maxi, you're going to get one, Tarima. You just have to be patient. I would like to know about employment, says Maxi. I have a job, but I want to see a change for one that earns more and makes me feel more comfortable. Do you see it possible soon? Just keep on working it, keep on grinding at it. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse means that you have to plan for it. You can't expect like the universe to like change everything about it. It might be that you don't actually know what you want. So honestly, Maxi, I would write down like your manifestation journey. I am in this job. It creates so much money for me, so much abundance. I'm working $50,000 a year, or so, like, you know, like whatever you like, the money you want. Like, I have met some really good colleagues. We go out drinking on a you might want to do drinking on a Friday. I don't know. It's up to you. Whatever you write down as I do this job. You know, you can't just say I want this job. You know, because you gotta be that brave where you're like, yeah, I already have this. Like, this is normal for me. Like, what are you talking about? You know, like some people have like how could I explain it? You know how people have like $500,000 jobs and they like have 50,000 a year, and I just think it's normal. Now my brain would be like popping off for it, but it's you get used to it, you know. So Starfall says, "What would card represent me in tarot now?" Starfall, it seems like there's a lot of like really bad judgment on your part against your like yourself. So your inner critic is like changing like how you feel. And this is interesting because if you don't come up as a court card, then you don't feel like you're a queen or you're a king. It depends whether you identify as masculine or feminine, you know? So honestly, your critic is like this person that tears you down. It's part of you, but it's not part of you, you know? You can give it a name, and you could go, stop now, Vicky, stop being mean to me, you know? I did that for a while and it's gone away. I don't listen to inner critic anymore. And also just like keep rethinking this and stop like getting overstretched. So it could just be that honestly you need to stop thinking about yourself in such a negative context, and you need to be like less overstretched, and you get naturally bring back your energy, because at the moment you're not identifying as anybody from the core cards, but that doesn't mean that it won't change. Or sometimes I don't get my core card in my reading. It depends on whether it decides that it wants to show up, it wants to tell me something specific about my personality. You know. Don Corley says, should I start all the artistic ideas that I'm getting? Don't, just keep on working. Like the journey of 1,000 steps only takes a single step. So don't, just keep on working. Excuse me. So you're doing very good. And don't worry, if they don't work out, you're still gonna have an amazing time, you know? Hi, Cass. Can I ask if a light worker is a regular human? I get curious about the starseed stuff. Oh no! The answer would cause you heartbreak. So whatever your heart is called to right now, whether you want to be a human or you want to be a starseed, because you know, like you've got to then shrug off part of you. You know, whether you think like, okay, I'm a light worker, I'm from another planet, I'm sent here to look after people, or you're just a regular human, like then if you're light worker, you have to then accept that you're not human. Or a regular human, like then you've got to accept that you're not a light worker. and the cards are like, well, you'll be heartbroken either way. So I feel like in general, pink light, oh, it doesn't matter if you're from another planet sent here to increase vibrations, or a human in general. You could still be the same thing, you know. You can raise everyone's energy. Like, why are we spending like this time sitting there going, you can send like reiki out, you can send all of this. So you just need to like work towards that pink light. You can, like, Mother Teresa, I don't think was a light worker. I feel like she's regular human, and she looked over so many people. Gandhi, he was definitely human. You know, it's like there's a lot of people in our like life that have created so many different changes and made such an abundance for everybody else. You don't need to worry about it, you know. So I feel like it's heartbreak because it's like straight to this cat. I'm gonna sit there and go straight to this cat. If you think you're both, then be both. You don't need to know. So what's coming towards me? Jay, please, says Danielle. Oh my god, this person's a little bit stuck, Danielle. So, either leave him to be like with his own thoughts, Danielle. Just like leave. Like, the problem is like guys want like to fix women's problems, but if they're like in a problem and they get like their significant other like gives them advice, they just get angry. So it's kind of like a problem, I feel, but you know, like you just have to let them like naturally realize that in a situation and get themselves out. King of Pentacles still upright. This person still wants to be with you in some kind of capacity. They still feel like they should invest in you. So I feel like that's a good thing, you know? So just let them do their own thing. If they're even going to be a grouchy menouch, you just sit there and go, I feel like you're grouchy today. I'm going out. So, can I go to college tomorrow? Says super high. I don't feel like college tomorrow is super high. Don't get upset about other people and don't listen to other people, but I don't feel like you're going to be able to go to college tomorrow super high. There's something else that's going to happen, you know. Well, the products that I bought today for my facial skin, sunscreen, vitamin C, okay, your queen is right in a way, SK. So your queen is right, you know, but you don't need to use that much on your skin, okay? So you need to just like have a little just put on the little, okay? I've used vitamin C serum before. It's good. Put toner on before moisturizer though. Don't do it the other way, or you're gonna be like, oh. So Queen of Cups. Yeah, so she's right. She's right. It's kind of interesting though that she might be dependent more on skincare products than you are, SK. So Amma says, I wanna to get a new business, but I'm not seeing how it works. Any outcome on that new business idea, man? Okay. Well, firstly, there seems to be someone that invests in your King of Wands tends to be outgoing, so you might, if you're not a naturally outgoing person, you might need someone to be a network for you, because yeah, I feel like this is you and this person's this one, so you're naturally not a marketer, you might not be even a networker, which you need, so you might need someone else to do the kind of like getting yourself contacts and stuff like that. The idea seems to be sound. It's coming from a really great place. I feel like idea generation, so like mind mapping, getting yourself down with some crayons and some textures and some paper will help a lot, because I think like your ideas are working in a fundamental way, but I don't think that they will be able to be sold to other people, because it's just not, you can't convert that into something words people can want without actually talking to this person. So I feel like you know this person already. It could be someone that's older than you that has like a business and marketing experience, especially marketing. I feel like that there's someone that can sell ice to Eskimos if they wanted to. I don't know how to use it, in which order. Yeah, toner first, and then you put your moist. No, actually, depends. If you just come out of your shower, like your pores are open, so you put your vitamin C, and then you put your toner. It's kind of hard because your vitamin C, you need to open the pores. So honestly, I would say vitamin C, toner, and then because toner will close the pores, and then moisturizer. Use your vitamin. Weirdly enough, she didn't say vitamin E cream, which I would feel, but maybe that's with your sunscreen. And just use your sunscreen when it's, you need to use your sunscreen, you know. So thank you, Cass. What is his feelings for me, says Jade. I feel like naturally good, but there is this kind of attention seeking, and that he doesn't see like a house or like a long term vision. Like he can't imagine like being like together and having this like whole life going towards. So the hardest part is life is good for him, but this you need to probably deal with. Like, are you actually saying your like wants or needs in a healthy way? Are you kind of over because sometimes we don't need other people to give us our desires, because we can fulfill them ourselves. So is it fair for that person to take on that need or desire? If we can kind of you know, like there's some things that people can't, like you can't do yourself. Like hugging yourself is great, but is always really nice when someone else hugs you. Richard says, hello ma'am, are you doing well? I want to know what R feels or ever thinks about me currently, but no contact situation. He still feels like you're like very fondly, Richard. But the thing is that he doesn't care what other people think. So it could be just that this person will naturally throw back in your life, because there doesn't seem to be any separation cards, Richard. So that person might come back in your life, you know. Hello, Cancerian Queen. How are you? What do people? You tend to really love food. You tend to really love food, see Saint. So, they see you as a food connoisseur. You like, you might know like lots of good restaurants. So you're like, hey, let's go to this place. So they tend to know that you like your food. No, that's not a bad thing, you know. You should enjoy the life's simple pleasures. The sun, you just exude like laughter, joy, like happiness, you could probably, like, I'm hearing laughter, so you're just like a natural person that laughs quite a lot. So they kind of remember it, like the sound of your life, laughter. Sorry. Hello, Alex. Welcome back. CS says, "What is um awesome is current feelings towards me different contact. He's still trying to like come towards you, but it doesn't seem like this person has any kind of like feelings for you. Um Other than like friendliness, good naturedness, like he kind of misses you, CS, but there doesn't seem to be anything else other than that, I feel, for this person. Maxi, I've already done yours. I hope that you got it. Uh, Sunny V says, "Will I go to England between the year 2024 2025 to do my undergraduate, and which career is good for me?" I think that you have to like work hard and let go of control. So the weirdest thing is these cards are like going, if you don't study hard and you kind of like control this situation, you're not gonna get what you want. So it could be just like like sometimes the universe kind of gives like people that kind of go, "Oh yeah, but I don't really need it." Like, "Are you sure?" And like it's kind of weird because like the same with people. Like, when you're dating someone, they're like, "I don't think that we're compatible," and you're like, "This is date 2," and like, how dare you? And then you'll chase that guy, that person around because you're like, "Oh yeah, give me another chance, give me," and you'll have someone else that's like, "Hey, I would really love you," and so it's like just like could go or control over like going to London or England and just work hard on what you can control, which is like working hard and working hard. So what career is good for you? Look, honestly, I don't feel like you're ready to answer that question. You just need to work on the undergraduate. Okay, so Mountain Mama, how does our connection do for my person? Does he enjoy the connection we have? I only got one Mountain Mama, but yes, you're like his favorite dish. He could enjoy you on mountain, he could enjoy you by your sea. You're just such a really, really gorgeous, beautiful woman. You radiate everything. Like you could walk into a room and like he's just like, "Oh, she's the best. Like, come on." Like, I'm sure like this person sits there and tells his mates like, "Hey, like look at her. Oh my god, she's such a queen." Probably not in that thing because like then that would mean that he's slightly gay, and I don't think I'm getting gay vibes from him. But like honestly, he's just like, "She's so hunt." So yeah, this person's just like, "You're my favorite dish." What are Marilyn's thoughts on me? You're chaotic right now. You just don't seem to have any plans of action. And SK, this kind of feels like you need to kind of realize that you have excess energy, but you're not really funneling it into any constructive thing. So this is like higher chaos state, which means that if it's like um think before you wreck yourself, like check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's the thing. So it kind of feels like you don't have plans for where this energy is going to be funneled, directed. So everyone around you is like, this is utter chaos. You don't have any plan whatsoever of your life. You're just running amok and you don't care. So, so Tarima, I'm going down the list. So honestly, as I'm going down, I'm trying to do these in order. So you're here. So, give me about 5 minutes because there's a lot of people. Um, okay, so we're going to have to do this. Heaven Flower, does Tarek love me? His future actions towards me. This person might feel like you're immature to the point that you can be slightly annoying, like maybe slightly more um mostly insecure, like you need to control your emotions, you need to step up heaven into just like being very in control of your emotional factors and be less egotistical sometimes. Like, like people can see us differently, and this person might feel like you're just like constantly um being annoying for the sake of annoying. But this person also realizes, Tarek, realizes that you got them out of such a bad place and they really enjoy your company. It's just like maybe recently they've noticed this thing, but honestly, it's like you're the best part of their life. Like they escaped from a lot of things, and you tend to be like the thing that they tend to be able to relax around. Um, as a person, like you tend to be able to let them be themselves. What is Kenya's true attentions with me, says Habak. To grow something with you. This doesn't seem like it's completely love, but they want to grow that connection, yes. Also, um, they might also want someone to help them with their business as well, Habakkuk. So honestly, that means that they trust you a lot for them to be like that. General love in Korea read in March. Thank you. Last question. Okay, you make it be the you know justice. And okay, so the whole idea is that you need to control a lot more of your life. You've kind of let go of it, which is okay, that's fine, but you need to step back in and go, hey, like I need to control this. But at the same time, you have fair judgment, judgment of who you are as a person and where you want to go. So you have a very clear way of actually knowing what you want, and you need to control yourself and your actions to get where you want. So I feel like this is up to you, but you already know where you want to go. Um, Enchantress says, "Can I know if a Pisces X is wanting to communicate?" Oh my god, he's not that complicated, cards. He does have temptation to like come back in your life. Um, he's scared of other people right now. So it might be that this person's not dating. They might have just realized like Tinder or something else is not great to be on Enchantress. So but he's like letting go of control over this situation. So even though he's tempted to contact you, um the odds of him contacting you is very slim because he's let go of that control. So honestly, if you have the initiative but you don't have the drive, then you're never going to get anywhere. It's like turning on your engine, revving it, but still having part brake on. So Anna says, next year reading for me. Okay, so there's kind of a little bit of tension-seeking behavior for you in the past. Now, this seems to be like the universe saying, hey, like, look, um, you're not actually manifesting what you want because you don't know how to manifest properly. you know, and so it might be that you need to figure out how you deal with things around you and how you kind of put them out there, because it's sitting there going, in the past this didn't really work. But they're also telling you that you've got a prosperous abundance coming to your household. There's a lot of good things that are coming to your house. I always feel like, because this is prosperity and abundance, but there's always floorboards, I read this as prosperity in your household. So don't worry, realize this is in the past, but then the universe is like, please stop doing that thing. Whatever it is, like, maybe it's like, hey, I'm not good enough, I don't, and like the universe is like, hey, like, we already wrapped that gift and we're going to give it to you, but you're like, nah, I don't really need it anymore, don't want it. It's just like, hey, what's going on with this check? Or whatever you identify as, you know. Gabby, update on Maxim's feelings. This person is still trying to move. Physically, it seems like moving job, moving like house, whatever they need to move, they're going to move. This is a physical card. This doesn't feel like emotional. And the Tower moment, this person wants to rebuild back up, or can have a chance to rebuild back up with you. So this is not over. You know? This thing is not over between you guys. So keep on working on that connection, because it's not over yet. Okay, so you're very welcome, Kevin. Love advice, please. Okay, so you the cards are like, you're over flirting with women, please stop. There's also like a little bit of stillness, a little bit of ice in your relation, like the whole idea of dating right now. So there's like stillness, time to think about like practicing. You know, we're always going to have a hard time, Alex, interacting with people. I find it hard to communicate with people. You might not know that, but I did have to practice for so long and still have to. So Page of Pentacles in reverse, and you know how to communicate emotions properly, you just don't. So you might need to think about that. There's like a bit where you could dial back the flirting, and open up more. Yeah. And this is time to just practice, because it might be cold, it might be a little bit more like, hey, there's nothing coming in. You can practice and just see how it goes, you know? I'm remembering a story of someone that decided that they were going to have 50 different rejections. They were so scared of rejection that they wanted to, like, they asked for stupid things. Like, they would go into a shop and ask for a bag, and if that person said no, then that's another rejection, you know? So it could be just like practicing being understanding that you're not going to appeal to everybody, you know? And it's okay not to, because you don't want to be everyone's flavor, because then you're what is that? Like, it's not Napoleon, it's you know, the flavors like chocolate, like vanilla and strawberry. My brain has just gone into overdrive there, you know. And you just like take all these flavors, mix them around as much as possible, and go, hey, try this. And everyone's like, no thanks, we'd rather have strawberry or vanilla or chocolate. And that's okay. You're not going to be everybody's flavor. It's fine. Butterfly says, may I have a general for March, please? Okay, so the sky's not falling down on your head. Butterfly, take a deep breath and then sigh out. You know, like, guys in chat, deep breath, hold, and then sigh out. It's okay. Everybody can do it. Like, keep on practicing. While we're waiting for your tower, your deep breath, hold, and then I think we all need that. And then the High Priestess in reverse. So therefore there's a manifesting blockage for you. You might have to actually understand what you're kind of putting out. Like for me, I've always thought of manifesting as through hard work, through struggle, through like, and I've realized that manifestation is easy. If you just let the thing come to you, like you put something out in the universe, you're like, okay, I can create this, I can do this, then it naturally pays off over time. It just, you need to keep on working, putting that thing out there and getting it back, Hello, Crystal! How are you? How's my favorite crystal? Maine says, I'm Cassandra, general for the rest of my week in love. There is a physical move up. So I don't know where you're moving to, but it might be that you need to kind of think about like moving in general, Maine. So that's your week, and then the tower moment means that you can rebuild what has fallen down. So there could be just that there was a relationship that you really wanted and it fell down and you can rebuild it back up. So don't worry, but the chariot's here to like tell you that you're either going to physically move job, physically move house, physically move like things out of your house, like declutter, like it could be just like you might not need things anymore that you still got in your house, so kind of move them out of the way, I thought I sent the question earlier. I don't know. I don't feel like I got up to you yet. Here, Alex. Alexis, you are here. How will my birthday celebration go? Love, joy, hope. There seems to be a thing about regarding financial, learning finances, kind of being able to do that. So there's joy and hope here. So work on your financial knowledge. You might be slightly attention seeking, Jane, in a general, and you should just like feel understanding that people are there, but you don't have to be the center of attention if, yeah. So it could be just that you need to work on how like you deal with other people. Maybe it's a quieter thing. Maybe like you're just like naturally like one of those people that comes in and gets like highly dressed up for any occasion. You come in and you're like, oh yes, this is a Gucci gown, for example, and you could just be like, hey, this time I'm just gonna relax. Sarah, can I get a message from the Archangel Michael? Oh, why do you want Michael? Michael's just like, I don't think that, weirdly enough, I get the vibes from Michael that he doesn't really care about humans in as a construct. I think he appreciates them, but it's like, oh, they're God's things. So tower reverse is like you can rebuild like things. You're also like spending money, like obviously just overspending. So it seems like that's the case. Very highly practical, but I don't see like Michael being like really talkative, you know. What does Spirit want me to know regarding love? You're putting the work in. You're also very highly gorgeous, and why wouldn't people want you? The Hangman, you're naturally going to bring in the person that you need to be with. You need to see smaller pictures, maybe red flags, you know? Maybe, Alexis, you tend to feel like the red flags. If you're masculine instead of feminine, this is the person for you. If not, this is how people perceive you. Empress, you're naturally highly creative and you are actually quite an asset, like quite a catch. Like, if you can be an artist and you can be emotionally like warm and really happy, then you're good. So this is interesting as well. The Two of Pentacles. So choose love over money. So it seems like this is good. You're working hard on it. You're naturally going to fall in a relationship. Watch out for red flags, though. Fatin says, where will I have my first job, in my country or abroad? You're very welcome, Sagittarius. Tarima! Oh my lord, did I get to you? No, I haven't got to you yet, Tarima. You're very good then. So, where do you get? I think abroad, because that seems to be like the way that you want to go. So I feel like this is overseas, not at home. So it'll be like someone will headhunt you, and you'll be like, "Yes, I get to go." How are you, Tarima? Thank you for coming back. So is Nico going to contact me? I feel so. I feel so. You should just trust, like, this is naturally going to go. There's a weakness in an argument, though. Maybe when you're feeling weak, you naturally create a fight because you want people to care about you. But the rest of it's good. I feel like this person really wants to contact you, but you should actually aware that sometimes when you're feeling weak, you try and pick a fight, Sandy, in some ways. How does my ex feel for me? Oh, justice. Oh my god. Death. This person's not over you. They don't imagine being with you again, but they haven't like let go of that. Justice. Okay. I don't feel like they think it's possible to come back, but they're still hung up on you and still think of you as being a choice in their life, even though they don't see an option of coming back. Satir. Okay, so Alex, you have got answered. So Julie says, will Lorraine leave the company factory this year? I would say so. This person has put in hard work and their effort has paid off in new adventures, in new places that they want to go and they want to be. So I think they're going to leave. Haley White, if I work for Sway modeling agency, will I be able to live in a country? It feels like weird that you need to focus on loving yourself, and probably that's like modeling in general. Like it's gonna be very hard to always like yourself when you're just judged by like and I feel like focus on the present. Yeah, I think you're thinking way too much in the present and you need to focus on the future. So the cards are not saying overseas yet, but I feel like the cards are telling me this is what you need to know to help you in the future, Haley. But then I also feel like I get the vibes of Singapore. I get vibes of like London for some reason. So I feel like there's going to be like times you work in Singapore and sometimes that you work in London. You know? But it's going to happen. Tarima, no, you're nearly there. You're nearly there. You're nearly there. Taste Rose, hey, what's in love for me? You are so close, and the cards are telling you it's just around the corner, and it's going to be a good surprise for you. So, Taste Rose, it's just bringing some really, really good vibes for you, okay? Keep on being positive, keep on holding on to that love in your heart, and it's going to just naturally blossom into something beautiful. Earth says, hey, does V like me or not? Yeah, they like you. I feel like they're not hung up on you. Like they feel like they're kind of free to choose to like you, but you know they like you. So Tarima says, how does my situation look with the reconciliation with um my children's mother? I messed up bad. I miss her so much. Focus on the present. Also there's a lot of like what people say to you that might be correct. Listen to them. I think you're overburdened with options, and that's possibly why you want to go back to like something that feels comfortable, something that's like you know, like we're used to like past people because even if they kind of hurt us in a lot of things, um we tend to know them and they're comfortable, and we tend to let them hurt us because they're comfortable to us, you know. And yeah, you need to think about that, you know. Um, so yeah, focus on the present, be present, and listen to other people. So, you know, Tarima. Maya says, how does the cancer feel about me? Well, obviously they feel like they can approach you, but they also feel like you're slightly obtuse. Meh. They might be flirting at the same time as you're flirting with them, and you're just completely oblivious of them. So, I think you're getting to a point that you kind of understand them a little bit better. But yeah, they're trying to approach you. They're trying to get through that. I don't feel like it is Torima, because I feel like you're caught up in this cycle of when things feel uncomfortable to you, you kind of run back to the person that makes you comfortable, even though they hurt you. Does that make sense? But my father passed away. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I feel like your father on the other side is still angry about things, you know? It might just be like he's naturally like, hey, my kids need their money. You know, Nazvia. Enchantress, yeah, your dad's like, where is this money? um, yeah. I feel like he's getting upset. I don't know why. Like, I get it, because usually I feel like spirits are like, whatever, or like, chill. But it's like your dad's getting angry on your behalf. Nasmia says, hi, Rajab's feelings and intentions towards me, please. This person doesn't want to cooperate and play. I don't know whether it's just. Let's get a clarification, because I feel like that's the thing. Yeah, so you need to rethink your approach, because at the moment, this person doesn't really want to, like, interact with you, Rajaps. So you might have to, like, rethink how you approach this person in general. I hope that helped you, Enchantress. Will I go to my trip next week, says Kelly. I oh, I don't think so, Kelly. I feel like there's too much surmountable, but you will get your refund or whatever. So I don't feel like it's going to happen next week, but then you'll get your money back, so you'll be fine, you know? So don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You get to rebook, which possibly doesn't make you feel better, but you know, the world is kind of being a little bit topsy-turvy and stuff like that. How is Leo feeling? This Leo feels heartbroken, but it's kind of weird, Venus. Like, Leos can feel heartbroken about a lot of things. They tend to be like, um, if you don't give them attention, they'll feel heartbroken. If they feel like you're not like treating them right, they feel heartbroken. It's Leos are kind of a weird thing because they feel like honestly on the outside they kind of feel very narcissistic, but they just want to be like loved and cared like everybody else, but they tend to have that showy attitude that people can tend to write them off. So this person feels heartbroken, but maybe it's just because they're like, you, I don't get all your time, you know. So SK says, the SK, you said the last question ago, you know. Will I get into I'm indoor this year? Keep on working, keep on working, keep on hitting those hard work, you know. Keep on working hard, you know? What does Yasha think about me? Does he like me or something? There is like unfair judgment on his part. Maybe. I I maybe think that this is you, that you tend to compare yourself harshly to other people, and that hurts you a lot more because this person only sees you as a distraction. 13. More than actual, like a real flesh and blood, real person, you know? You're very welcome, Star a Fall. So I feel like you need to work on that. What is a Frenchie's true feelings for me romantically? This person wants to chase a Flamme, and honestly, if this is like, if you're masculine, I feel like you're feminine, but this person definitely does like the chase. So, yeah, they're chasing you. They're like interested. Readers watch their pace out, and I the problem is like I don't always like don't like when people say they're donated, I usually read for them because I choose to accept that people will donate certain amounts of money, and I don't want it to come between you and your reading. But yeah, Crystal, you're correct. Like if I was doing this just for money, then yes. Unfortunately, I feel like because I tend to enjoy reading cards, I don't expect the same thing as other people, but I do charge readings as well. So, but yeah, you're right. That could be something that I do in this the future, Crystal. It could be also that I get to a certain hour and switch it over because if I'm doing like 6 hour streams, I'm beat, guys. You know, is Kedja still seeing other people while me Habakkuk? Um, no, I feel like you're just like feeling a little bit like out of order, a little bit like off. So you're kind of translating that over to that person might be seeing other people. and the fault might be that you're getting a little bit insecure, you know? So don't worry about it. Ace of Swords in upright means that you need to be a little bit more tactful. So no, I don't feel like this person's like seeing anybody else. But Christy, thank you. A blow to your kiss. You are such a lovely person to look after me so much. I'm in the makeup business. Well done. Okay. Do I got any money and projects coming this month? Knights of Swords seems like there's chaos. So it might be that you haven't chose. You have a lot of money. Not a lot of money. TV. You probably don't have a lot of money. This is why it's like the wrapped up in money kind of thing. Like it's weighing you down that you don't have a lot, but it's also that Knight of Swords in reverse means that you need to kind of focus the project. Maybe put down the time that you want to like manifest that project. So you could be like, hey, I want to make these red lipsticks in March. Hey, I want to do these things in October, you know? And then, what is it? There's like people that sell things for limited times. So you could actually do this whole scarcity thing when you makeup business. That's the idea. when you get that, when you make it big and you're like, hey, the scarcity thing worked, just give me a donation, okay? No, Flamme, I didn't. I answered you. Oh, okay. I skipped a couple of people. Sorry. What does Lane like or not like about me? Sorry, Flam. I just completely blanked. Okay, so what does Lane like about you? You're yin to the yang. So honestly, Flamme, you're the yin to the yang. And then he doesn't like that you overreach. It might be that you don't look after yourself a lot, so then when you're just like overstretched, you're just completely exhausted. And he's like, well, why did you do that again? You know? There you go. A Flamme. Sorry about that. I tried to read this, but it's also like after a while of text, it's just like, what's Leo's current feelings about you? You need to let go of control over this. But Leo, this Leo is actually struggling. Honestly, if Leo is struggling with you, means that they care. they don't tend to. Leos tend to be weird because they tend to like socialization, but they tend to be socially awkward sometimes. So I don't know whether like Leos in chat, would you say that that's the case? Let me know. You could be like, yeah, not me. Lumia says, how does Arby compare me to other girls with different cultures? And I blocked him. Well then. Honestly, this person still has a fear attachment, so he hasn't let go yet. In general, I don't feel like this person keeps girls around for very long, Lumia, because he just like naturally goes through girls. Yeah, and so therefore you've got to realize that he tends to like focus on the future, not on the present. So that kind of feels like this person doesn't really care about the people that he's dating. So he doesn't have like a particular like type or particular thing. He's also like upset that you blocked him. So it could be like this person still hung up on you. So I don't feel like he's comparing you to other people because for like how can I explain it? Like women will ask about comparison, and guys will be like, they're completely different, you know? So they won't compare you. I feel like that's a mainstream, like, usually a woman's thing, because we tend to have this, like, um, men will get power about doing stuff, women will get it through social connections, you know? What is my karma this wife? Says yellow roses? I feel like it's good karma. It's like, hey, you got like abundance, there's sun, joy, hope, there's the full card, so you can go through your life as you please. So it seems like you've got a very idyllic karma for this life, yellow roses. If you're feminine, this is like a partner that's coming in that will balance out your life. But in general, I feel like you've just got, like, you hit the jackpot on this karma. I don't trust him entirely. He's still caught up on you. I don't know. But yeah, he does give me those vibes. Olivia, don't worry. Should I do in the next life? I'm leaving university. I feel like it's creative. Just because this feeling, there's also Ace of Cups. Like, honestly, do like little small courses, AC, that help you. Like, I feel like tapping into your creativity, like doing some watercolors, like night night things. You might feel like, hey, like, right, like, I still need to work. You can do full time and then do your little painting or screen printing at night. um just keep on going the way you're going and keep on creating things, keep on working towards them. But I feel like something that brings your heart joy. What was it? I'm reminded of Alan Watts, and he said, why do we not focus on something that gives us happiness? Because we put our brain in a jar and go to work to go back to work. To do the same job. So it was like he always talks about, like, hey, you can do whatever you want and earn income. And it's kind of an interesting thing because I completely agree on some way. Like, life is better for us now because we've got access to the internet. You guys have access to the internet. You're just talking to me through the internet. Wherever you are in the world, you're here. So it's just interesting, you know? So we've got a very highly connected place. You can sell things to someone in a different country. And yeah. Is Oma and me gonna kiss each other in the future? No bueno, Fatine. But yeah, you'll kiss someone else. So King of Wands coming in there. So I feel like no bueno on the Oma, but yeah, you'll get a kiss. Can I get a career reading? Thank you, says Jeanette. You're very welcome. Okay, you need to realize that anger and frustration are not going to get you anywhere. You might feel frustrated in certain things. One thing that I did read, and I was like, makes so much sense. You have to have a certain amount of warmth with 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 expertise, because people tend to not trust people that have expertise without warmth. And maybe this is like something that you need to work on. I'm sorts, so I tend to not be a very warm person per se. Like, you can see me like joking with you, having a great time, but this I had to learn. I was not a warm person, and I still don't feel like I'm a warm person. I'm working on that. So maybe you need to be a little bit more like, hey, how can I help other people to get what I want? And also, like, start at the bottom, work your way up, you know? If there's something that you want to do, Jeanette, and you really want it so badly, I would suggest like shadow someone. Get time off during the week. Ask them if you can shadow them for one day, whether it's like taking like notes or grabbing them coffee. Most people won't mind if you like want to kind of know how they do things, you know? Jeanette. So honestly, give that space to start from scratch, you know, and work on the warmth. Um, you might not understand that, but yeah. Alex, you have been answered. I hope that you got your. That was a while ago. So go back in time. This is why we have this thing here. My nose is gone. Which usually happens because I'm talking and breathing at the same time. And it's just like, ah. Seba says, what's the interest on me, Leo, or Pisces? Okay, so Leo is like slowly working on it. Pisces seems a little bit warmer. Pisces is like flirting, playful. The Leo's like, oh my god, like love is so hard, you know? So there you go, Seba. Um, Seba, I hope that helps. Can you give me a time frame for him to come back to me? I would say it's soon. So next month, I feel. Because they're already like wanting to come back. Hello, Morgan! Any love advice? Oh, you're so cute and adorable. I just want to hug you. Realize that you don't have to be always in it to win it, you know? Like, realize that dating is like a distraction. You can take whoever you want, you can take whoever you choose. Figure out whether they're really real, you know? Like, I would honestly say don't get hung up on like having a thought of like, hey, can I be with this person 5 years? You know, the Empress in reverse. Realize that you're creatively blocking yourself on this task. So it might be that you normally have a creative blockage, or you're not really thinking about the creativity that you can bring to your dating life. So, one thing I'm hearing is working with colors, Morgan. So, color psychology is so amazing because every single color has like we can say frequencies, but they're subconsciously the way that we get driven towards someone. Red tends to be highly attractive. This is why the lady in the red dress in Matrix. Um, I would say work with colors. Figure out what you want. Also, everyone looks good in a red dress, you know? Like, black dress, be gone. Don't come back. Unless you really want to look like Breakfast from Tiffany's. Which okay, like it would be fun for the first date, like walking in going, hey, I just decided that I was gonna put on pearls today, and they might be like, oh my god, she's like weird, but you know, then you have something to talk about. Like honestly, a little bit of red, a little bit of orange. Orange will suit every single color skin, because we naturally have a little bit of orange pigment in our life. A red is feeling of love. Pink is like joyfulness, like self-love, just like it's a fun color. Pink's a fun color. I used to hate it. I used to detest it. Pink is a fun color, you know? Monica says, will cancer come back to me in the future? And also, it tends to play a lot into our psychology in general. Like, you can put on your favorite dress and you'll be like, hey, this is it. You know? Will Cancer come back towards me in future? Maybe when he gets his life straightened out, things over, and in the future. This person's highly addicted to you. For me, this is an addiction. Maybe it's not totally you. Can we get a clarification card for this? For Monica, please. Because this I read as not escape from someone's temptations or addictions. Yeah. This person might not see any hope for them in the future because imagination's a very important part of our aspect of being, you know. And when people don't see like a future in general, if they can't imagine, if they can't even think about like what's tomorrow, they could just be addicted to like the present. And when we're addicted to the present, they've actually said that people that are present minded tend to have more addiction because they don't think about the future. Past people will have a lot more like holding on, past trauma events like that, and people that think in the future will be highly anxious. So we do have to move between mindsets, but people that don't have imagination for a future and tend to be present driven tend to have more of an addictive mindset. So it might be just naturally addiction. And so they're feeling very disgruntled about life. So I don't feel like this is about you. I feel like this is about them. So a life is straightened out, they will never get their life on track. Without them kind of figuring out what they want in the future, they're never going to get there, you know? So T Dimmick says, what are Taurus's current feelings towards me? Good. They're definitely in for a chase. So T, if you are King of Wands, you need to like, if you're masculine. If you're feminine, this is the person that you're asking about. King of Wands is like, okay, if they're reversed, they're spending a lot of their energy, a lot of time on one person. And it's not healthy for you because you have so big batteries that if you just channel your energy into one person, you're just gonna completely fret them. You've got like a voltage that's so high that honestly, if you plugged it into the back of a computer, you just like and it would just like some fireworks, explosions. And you can't just channel that into one person. You need to be healthy and like channel it into a couple of people. So honestly, they're chasing, but you shouldn't always like spend all your time thinking about them. If that makes sense to you. Jano says, how is Elise feeling about Jason tonight? Oh, honestly, it's kind of interesting. You can be highly emotional. This is interesting. You have an emotional rival here. um, Whether you like it or not, there's another person on the scene. So King of Cups versus King of Pentacles. So this is interesting. This King of Pentacles can be a little bit more richer, but they tend to be only like thinking about people as in basis of investing. So they don't tend to be in touch with emotions. The other hand, King of Cups in reverse state can be highly emotional to the point that they tend to channel their emotional feelings into one person. We have the Devil and the Magician, so you're kind of like cutting your like knees off before like anything before you're running, is that you don't have idea of like how to attract this person, how to create that thing. So it honestly, like if you keep on feeling like this person's out of their league, like your league, Jano, they're going to walk. I feel like the like Elise is feeling like she's got too many options right now. She's got both you and this person in like a very like the inner world. So honestly, she trusts both of you. She feels deep connection with both of you. It might be not completely love, but Jano, if you don't like step up to the plate, this person's just gonna be like, I got it, you know. So you need to think about that, you know. With let's go, Cassandra. I'm making myself a coffee, oh babe. I can't have coffee. It's like 9 o'clock at night. I think I've had 3 cups of coffee. I think that sent me to sleep today. I was like, I'm gonna go for a nap. So love yourself. When will I meet HG, and when and how we'll meet? Will he fall in love with me first sight like I did? Will I get married to you? Why all these questions? Oh my lord. Okay. Probably not married to him. Love yourself. I think that heart is kind of full right now. He also has to resolve some of the issues that are holding him back in life, which is possibly this, is like the disgruntled nature of love, maybe. So he might be a little bit of a hypocrite. But then if this heart is full, there's no space for anybody else, you know? This is why I say to people, like, if you really want someone to come into your life, you need to give them a space in your house. Like, if you have like one fork and one knife, then you not attracting anybody, because they'll be like, well, this person like if you have one chair, where they're gonna sit, you know. So honestly, even if it's subconsciously, we need to have space in like areas in our heart, in yeah. So honestly, this person feels like they could fall in love with you, but they need to work on these like emotional boundaries. So I don't feel like you're going to get married to this person unless they really work on themselves, you know? Crystal says, what does my manager, Thomas, think of me? Is he still attracted to me? He feels like you're slightly egotistical. So honestly, I feel like this person has heard about you or something like that and just like went, okay, she didn't care. she was playing me, and he's just working on his own shares, and then he's going to move. So Crystal, I feel like this person's just like, she didn't really care about me, you know, which is not fair, not true. Like, you did care about this person, and you probably still care about them, but they've just gone, Can I ask what is my career gift talent from God? You have to realize that everything's innate. We've got King of Pentacles and King of Cups again. And the World. Okay. So it's interesting, you can probably fluctuate between these people. Yes. Which is great because you have the emotional warmth of King of Cups coupled with King of Pentacles. So you can make money, but you tend to rely on being the best person, like the warmest person. You tend to realize and understand that you are emotionally reliant on other people in some ways. So you understand that you need to build that love or connection with people as well. The world in reverse, you realize the world is quite a small place. So you're actually pretty good with that. So I think even though you might feel like those are not big talents, they are. They are. Um, don't talk. Yay! How are you? Yes, you are definitely up for a free reading. um, Ellen says, "Will I? Can I ask? Will Reese apologize? Would it be good to reach out?" Ellen, he probably doesn't know how to like apologize properly. Um, he definitely knows that it was an issue, you know. So it might be that Reese might budget up, but I feel like he will try to like at least admit to some kind of like, hey, I'm sorry, you know? Misha says, does D have interest in me? King of Wands. No, I don't feel so. I feel like this person, like, honestly, if this person has interest in you, they want to care for you, they want to look after you, this person doesn't want to care and look after you, you know? Even if it's not like in the physicality, like, the weirdest thing I feel is if guys really care about you, they're kind of going to be like switching over to like, oh yeah, like she's so lovely, I'm going to care for her, I'm going to make sure she's got a good life. And that's the case. Slut zimi cinema main la scola. George, can you translate that into English, please? Because I don't know. Um, Thank you, Crystal, again for the suggestion. Um, Honestly, in the future we'll have super chat up, so that'll be great. um, and then I'll just be able to do that. Okay, Haley says, when will I start my modeling career with Sway Modeling Management? It doesn't seem like anytime soon. Maybe it's not Sway that we're thinking about. It might be something else, but it seems like you might have connections or something through Sway. And that's why we brought up like whether Sway was going to be the best place for you to go. So honestly, I said that you might be different as a person, like than they really want, you know? You're very welcome, Sahar. Yes, you can put a question. Hello, Emmy. How are you? This might take about like 10 minutes or something to get down to the end. I'm sorry. I do this in order, so what does Emma feel for him? Hello, Red Rose. So what does Emma um that you feel heartbroken? That you can choose any other choice. So I think it's kind of funny because this person knows that you can walk away, but you still feel like he feels like he's broken your heart somewhat. And Queen of Wands, that you tend to be emotionally reliant on this person. So honestly, I feel like this person might just think that you're always like going to leave, and so he feels heartbroken because he's still like, I want you to stay. You know? Fatine says, will I pass my chemistry class this semester? Page of Cups, can you stop being so self-reflective? Please, and just kind of keep on working on it without getting too bogged down in your head, because Fatin, your head is sabotaging you. Page of Pentacles in reverse. Now, I would say that you need to stabilize your emotions instead of like realizing, so you know how to stabilize your emotions, you can, but you might not see that, and you might need to figure out how you're going to control your emotional parts of your brain, because I feel like you let the emotions run away with you quickly. So I think you'll pass if you do these two things, where you're like less self-sabotage and realize that your emotions don't have a control over you. If you're highly stressed, guys, and you go into a interview or a quiz, like a pop quiz or something like that, and you panic, like you start hyperventilating, your fight and flight reflex is going to come on. So either you're going to punch the person or you want to run out of the room. So really, if you don't want to activate that, you need to kind of realize, I'm not getting attacked right now. I'm not getting run away from a tiger. It might feel like that, but you know. Stone Water says, what did Niall feel? Oh my lord, that is a lot. Okay, let's quickly go through them. This person still wants to control the thing between you. Honestly, they didn't feel like you care for them, but that's fine. Like, they weren't caring for you as well. So this person feels like they still have a possessive hold on you in some ways. You're like their love, their hope, their joy, and their kind of high priestess. So honestly, this person sees you in very, very good light. So honestly, I would say that that's a thing, Stonewater. But this person still has a control over you in some ways. They kind of have a possessiveness. So they haven't left emotionally, you know. They also let things go quite quickly, so they don't like sit there and go, oh yeah, like they don't care about me. But usually the whole idea is you need to put yourself forward before you, like, if you want expressions of love, you have to put like love forward. But this person seems to be your only take. And so they're just like doing their own thing, but they still seem to be possessively they seem to be possessive over you, you know. HP says, did Sarap guy take you serious? Well, those three flew off the top. I feel not, because this person doesn't put in the work, and tends to have a very high judgment about women. So he might have a very confabulated ego. Also, the whole idea is you probably made it easy for this person to get into like a relationship with you. So I feel like you need to tell him to step up. If he's still like in here, you need to give him like the bar. You're like, here, like at the moment you're here, I'm doing everything for you. We're going to raise this bar. And it doesn't need to be higher. It just needs to be like off the ground. You know? So honestly, sometimes you need to step up. We only appreciate things that we have to work hard for. So Sarah Pick says, what is the best career for me? Honestly, you have like some things that you love doing. Seraphic. Like, honestly, the cards know exactly what you want to do. And you know what you exactly want to do. Ace of Wands is to rethink the approach that you want with this and keep on doing what you're doing, because you do something that makes you very happy that you don't feel like it's going to be a job. And it's, if you like rethink it would be a job, you know? So Aldonia says, how are you today? I need to take a drink in a second because I'm running out of space. My lungs haven't exercised this much in a while, you know? Other than I did do streaming yesterday. General for next 2 weeks. You need to put in some hard work. You might have an unfair judgment about how you're gonna apply things. So honestly, I feel like you might kind of overdo it, and you're not thinking about keep it simple, stupid. You know, I'm not gonna say that. Like when it says keep simple, stupid, doesn't mean that none of us are like that. Everybody's like that, you know. And you're getting very close to what you want. You just need to like put in the work and kind of keep it simple, you know. Also, there is a fear-based attention seeking. Like it's fear-based. You're clinging on to something in dear life, like it's a lifeboat, that's gonna save you from drowning. And honestly, I'll tell you that this thing, if you're holding on to it with fear, is going to drown you. Like honestly, you'll be like, oh my god, now I'm safe. I'm in a lifeboat, and it's just like taking on water and going down with the ship at the same time. So sometimes you gotta let go of things, especially born out of fear, which is very hard because honestly, what we bring on with fear hurts us more than anything else we can do. Youngi's wife, you can have a reading, just put down a question. So the end of the questions might be about 10 minutes. So Thomas, contact me. No, this person's like kind of having to like work on like keeping control over their life. So they might not be able to do that, Rafaela. Crystal says, should I find another job? Page of Pentacles. You need to work on like getting your finances in order, like budgeting and like being able to have like emergency fund. That's what the cards are saying. But yeah, you should look for a new job. You should generate ideas and go for them, but you should also have like that kind of savings behind you. So in case anything happens, you're going to be completely safe, completely protected, you know? So Eva, what's coming towards me in regarding career and finance in March? Obviously, they're going very well. So everything's working very well, but don't expect everything to like keep you fed either. It might be time to branch out and like create different little bits of income, because it seems like you need to figure out how you're gonna like balance finances. Like your career is great, but you might need to like pay yourself first, like skim. Do you know the pay yourself first, guys? You need to pay yourself 10% of your income straight into savings. Yeah. At least 10%. If you can like live on like less, do. At the moment here in the UK, inflation's going up to 7%, and that's registered inflation. So honestly, I should every single stream I should just get out like a plastic note, stop burning it, you know? Is Dee still interested in me? Thank you for telling people, Princess. I definitely appreciate it. It helps me because sometimes it takes me a while to read. So Dee still interested in me. There's a natural transition with this, Princess. I feel like this person's moved on in some ways, like they've naturally transitioned out of your life in someone's thing. So Sanson says, what do my guides want to say to me right now? Firstly, they want to say it's okay, it's all right, you know. They want to reassure you it's okay, it's okay. You're also overreaching. I think that's possibly why. And there's creativity block for you. So when we have a creativity block, it like stops us. Our thinking is limited, so you might be putting in the hard work. So work smarter, not harder. Work smarter, not harder. That's what the cards are saying. Use your creativity to kind of create a way that you're gonna work smarter, not harder. And that's cards saying is like time was tough because you didn't employ those things. You're very welcome, princess. Okay, so is Yasha gonna like be with me in a relationship in the future? You definitely have that like. Honestly, the whole idea is the relationship is only going to work if you put the work in it. If you like wait for this person to come towards you, this is not going to work. You need to put in the work, or it's just like one of those things. And we can read this again. So like he can be particularly cold, and if he's being really cold, don't worry, don't spend your time, go and find someone else, you know. So if he's being cold and very like you know, like guys could go, you just go walk away. You're like, nah, I'm not gonna have time for that. Step by step in my life, Jeez, we don't have enough time for that. we Taze we'll work on a couple of things, and then you know, like I always read my cards as you have a chance to work towards something in the future. Your life decisions influence and create the outcomes, even though it's weird because I am very deterministic in nature. Like you don't tend to naturally change unless you actually put in the pressure. That's why I create diamonds, you know. But yeah, honestly, you need to figure out that life by life journey, you know, what's the point? You might as well be living your life backwards. Um, Do I believe in reincarnation? You're getting reincarnated all the time. You're a copy of a copy. Like, scientifically, you're getting printed all the time. Sensen. So the Emperor in reverse and the Page of Pentacles. You have a bit of being able to be financially stable and to be able to live off an income that you create. But you need to kind of know that you know this, you know? You need to actually put it in practice. The Emperor in reverse is to grow things slowly because you might be like very fast to switch taste, and you might just sit there and go, this is not working, drop. This is not like give me abundance, throw it away. And so therefore it never gives you any kind of true change because you're always like, yeah, discard. You know. So this is what I'm saying to you is you need to do things slowly. You need to have sustained effort because you're not very good at like sustain. Did I skip you? I didn't. I remember your question. Oh no, I didn't. Sorry. Back. I didn't. Will you have a son? You have a very good relationship with your wife, but I feel like you're naturally. You're gonna be like my poor dad. You're gonna have lots and lots of daughters. You're gonna have a really great time, but I think that you'll have all daughters. You'll love them though, you know. You know, you know. So I'm sorry. You're gonna have some very beautiful women around you. So I do have to tell you though, if you get ready to go out and they go ready to get glammed up, and you're just like for a second you're like, hey, I'm gonna go to the toilet, and leave us in the car. How dare you, Dad? I'm definitely feeling that. So so yeah, how about sorry about that. I did skip you. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. How do they feel when they saw me today? Were they attracted to me? Says a Venus in Virgo. Yes, they were. It's like love cards, just like, yep, you know. Oh my god, I got skipped down. Oh my lord, let me scroll up. Okay, so what is the feeling of Aodib? How are you? Okay. Amain, I was trying to remember your name. Amain. Is he interested in me? Oh, he finds you cute and adorable. Oh, why is he sneaky? I think he doesn't want to tell you that your fight is really cute and adorable. He doesn't know. It doesn't have enough like brain cells around you to tell you, but he finds you very cute. So like the brain cells just like the mouth opens, the brain cells get activated and then turn off again, and so he's like Seha says, can I have a reading, please? Manifestations coming in. You're doing very well. Well done. Big claps for you, Seha. Manifestations very hard. The Emperor do everything very slowly. So it might be that you can manifest things, just slowly go through that manifestation phase. Because sometimes people have like I don't know why like I'm asking you as like a general reading, because I'm just like, yeah, because I saw your question, but honestly just do everything slowly. So I have to answer your question, but say how that's your thing. That's what the universe wants you to know, unfortunately. Does he have bad vibes with me? Does he want to talk to me? Nah, he doesn't want to talk to you. He might not have bad intentions, but he just finds you kind of a little bit more emotional than he would like. And that doesn't mean like you're very welcome. I love you too, Emmy. So honestly, this person might find you a little bit emotional. That doesn't mean that you're emotional generally. You know, like everyone has a different set of reality. If they tend to be, um, how can I explain it? They don't tend to be able to take on emotion. Even themselves, they tend to push it down. They tend to not be able to cope with people that are emotional at any point. So sometimes you've got to realize that they don't want to talk to you because they're actually dealing with it themselves, you know. You're very welcome, Habakkuk. Bucket. Good luck with like I see you seeing a lot of girls. So honestly, I did see it like because I was like thinking about my family, and I was thinking for girls, and I was like, oh no, Buck, how are you gonna be able to look after that? For girls, Jesus. No, saying that we grew up, we survived. There wasn't a lot go around and stuff like that, but we survived. Jane, how did M feel next time he sees me? He's chaos. He's utter chaos. He's just like completely. But weirdly enough, Jane, I feel like, you know, the little tiny like dog that's so excited when it sees like a person. They're like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So I feel like in some ways like they're going to be complete chaos and they don't know how to deal with themselves. But I feel like it's based on my like little tiny like thoughts that are coming through my head is like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So you'll be like, calm down, Jane. Like it'll be like, Jane. Oh, you'll be like, calm down, calm down. You're welcome, Seha. Let's say, will Idris reach out to me first again, regardless of our last argument? Firstly, you have to kind of let go of fear. Like, how can I explain it? Everybody has a choice, Loso, to walk away. And you've got to accept that as a mature person, you cannot hold that as a fear response, because if you're fearful of someone walking away, you can actually manifest that in being. You can be jealous, you can be argumentative, you can be paranoid, you can be, you know, like there's a lot of things when it comes to fear-based attachment, because you are becoming possessive of that thing that you've got, whatever it is, whether it's a person or a thing. So you have to kind of think, hey, it's okay. Whatever they choose, I'm fine, you know. Honestly, you're doing very well. You're struggling very well. You're kind of understanding that you had a part to play, and you should understand that you can get and contact them and go, hey, like, look, like last night I was like, you're right. I understand that we're coming from two separate places. You're right. I have no like understanding of what like any of this experience. So honestly, sometimes you've got to accept that even though you have very strong opinions, they're not the correct one. We can tend to like sit on that like horse and go, yeah, we're ready to ride. Obviously, no one, and you've got to realize that sometimes even in like talking to someone and arguing someone, you can both be coming from the same sides of the same emotion and understanding. Two of Wands, understand that just rethink the approach when it comes to this person. I don't think they're ready to let go of you yet, so you shouldn't be really worried about that fear-based response. Also, you need to accept that they can leave. You're very welcome, Emmy. Thank you very much, my sweetie. You have a nice and good energy. I love it. Everything you say is true. You're the best. I love you. I hope so, you know. I'm playing with other people's futures. I completely understand that. What's coming towards me in the next 7 days? Thank you so much. Sanj, firstly, you need to change the environment around you. You've got to realize that you can control your environment. We all can. Like, we live in, like, if you want to create a space of abundance, you need to clean out, declutter, you know, make sure that you understand that you are in control of your natural environment. If you're feeling like you can't, you can. The magician, understand and tap into the subconscious energy of ideas. Ideas are important because the only way to create something, especially something that people are going to pay you for, is through idea generation. Without the idea, nothing will ever exist, you know? Sanch, also King of Wands, stay away from this person. I feel like this is like someone, is this like San, maybe? So someone in your life is being a little bit like mean or cruel, and they don't, like, maybe for them they don't see it as mean or cruel. They might be like, oh yeah, but you need honesty, you need truth. You know, sometimes like people can bash each other over the head and go, hey, I was only doing it because you don't hear the truth, you know? And you're like, that's brutal. You've got to be a little bit more like, hey, maybe you should try this. You know? Okay, so hello, how are you? I'm doing great, Stefania. How are you? What are your thoughts now it comes to me? Firstly, this person's opened up their world, and I feel like they're in a state of rejection. And they're also King of Pentacles in reverse, so it feels like they're drawing on your money, not them, Stefania. So you've got to understand that this person might be here just for your money, you know? So yeah. See, Saint, you did that twice. Miss, what? You didn't? Okay, so Haley, how do other people see me? You're very like very honest, Haley. Um to the point that you could develop a little bit more tact, a little bit more like, honestly, one thing I've learned as I've grown older is the economy of words. To not speak as much. Because I think sometimes when we tend to speak too much, people judge us on our words. And we tend to be, if we're honest people, we tend to don't realize that when we're honest with other people, especially like honest about relationships, one thing that I learned about, there was a study that someone did, and they were like, if you negative gossip about someone else, that negative gossip comes applied to you, you know? Also, this thing where people see you being more drawn to the future instead of focusing on the present, and you need to be more reliant on that, you know? So you need to be more present with other people because they see you drifting off to outer space, you know? When you get bored, you just like space out. So yeah, it might be spacey, and you might be a little bit more tactful, a little bit like, I don't want to say less honest because that's not what I mean. But sometimes you can just not say the thing, you know. So Amy says, "Look into my future, please." King of Swords again. We're getting like some really like rough energy. So King of Swords, you leave this guy alone. Like, honestly. You're doing a good direction. You're going a good direction. Keep on working on whatever you're struggling at. You're doing a very good job. There is the fear-based response again. So kind of let go of a fear-based response. This is your partner, or if you're thinking about love, you're attached to this person. I would say let this person go. If they're going to be mean to you, let this person go. Let go of control over your life, like little tiny things, but it's also that you need to plan. So it could be just like the things that make you stressed, let them go. Like, let go of control over them. Um but the Wheel of Fortune in reverse says plan out things, okay? Okay, so what does he RB tell other people's about me? That you're kind of out of this person's league. They don't want a family with you, if that makes sense. So sometimes like people can meet like their future wife. And honestly, I was learning about like some people. So Owen Wilson for one. There's George Clooney and his wife. Um, who else? They just met this person. They walked into a club and they saw this person and they were like, I'm going to marry that chick. I'm going to have kids with this person. And it's just like instantaneous, like snap. So honestly, sometimes you've got to realize that while you're busy playing this game of like, oh yeah, will this person love me? Will they like me? You're missing the person that sits there and goes, hey, that chick, I want. You know? Will Johnny and me have a relationship in the future? No, I don't think so. But I also. Can I say something? Yoongi's wife. And listen to this for a little bit. I think that you might need to, like, converse with someone. Or maybe even think about talking therapy. I think that you can be very sad sometimes. Um, I don't want to say that because I don't want you to feel like you got forced into therapy from like a psychic, but it honestly feels like it would help you a lot. I don't think with this person, but you are incredibly lovely. Like, Queen of Cups is the compassionate person. They tend to take on too much, like looking after other people, and less about themselves. They tend to be the people they're mostly there for other people. That tends to mean that they make less friends because they tend to be so emotionally invested in people. So, you know. Hello, Cassandra says, can I ask why did my guides event make me us when he's not my type at all? A magician. Okay, so it's actually that they made us because he is very different from you. And it's interesting because they made him so you can actually understand a lot more about yourself. Because weirdly enough, there's like this shadow self that we tend to bury and hide away. And if we are talking to someone, that's where we like have the break. You know, when someone's talking and we don't believe what they say, we have this like trigger, like the thing that holds us back, you know, like whatever it is. Like, is it someone that sits and says something and you're like, oh my god, they shouldn't say that, you know? And this person just makes you understand that there's a lot of triggers under the surface. Us is also there to make you feel young, which is actually kind of a superpower for guys. They're there to, like, if women were by themselves and there was no guys, there wouldn't be any play. We'd be working so much. We'd be like hustle culture all the time. Um, Guys have a natural is like thing that they tend to be like playful. They tend to be, if they're not stressed, they just naturally can play. Uh it's like some people in chat would be like, I strongly disagree. I'm like a hard worker man. I never play. You know? But there would be few and far between. And it was because they thought the idea was great. So what is Elaine's AI energy thoughts about you today? They wanted to be looked after by you. And thoughts was that they wanted to actually like reach out today. And they're happy that you kind of care about them, Cancer Sun. That's what I feel. And they might even feel like, even though you care for them, you know, like sometimes, weirdly enough, like someone's reality, like you could sit there and go, no, that's not true. I care for this person all the time. If they have abandonment issues, if they're like constantly scared that people are gonna leave, they always feel like, hey, like they might speak out loud, hey, no one cares about me, you know. Where's the energy? Because our brain doesn't know what's true or not. Like, if you look at someone that chronically lies on a polygraph test, anything that they say 5 minutes, 5 seconds after they said it, their brain will just log that as true. Like, they could tell you, like, the time that they met a unicorn, and they believe it. 100%. When do you see Omar and I going to meet again? Which month? And yeah, I feel like let go of the fear attachment in this. Honestly, 13. I feel like the universe wants you to let go of like the thought of like connecting back, because with the fear-based response, you're like holding on to this without like letting go of it, you know? So the cats are like, nope, for your own good, let it go. There is someone rude. You know, I toss him. Yeah, you know. Okay, we'll get to that later, you know. Okay, okay, Sasson, thank you, princess. Do you believe in reincarnation? Will I recut? The thing is normal. So there is a transformation. I feel like in your next life, you're going to be an animal that transforms of some kind. You know, like, you could be a butterfly. You can be. I feel like a butterfly, actually. That's what I feel. Like, just like transitioning, like all the colors and something. Custom, please do not. What's the point, guys? Like, the world is like judging people on a large scale. They're dropping bombs on people. Please don't do that. You don't need to say it out loud, you know? Saya says current feelings of Stanley towards me, please. Definitely that you are a person that they really want to be around. Saya. You're like the yin to their yang. Um, and like, give me a second. So it's like justice, you know, like you might feel like they don't want you around. You've got to realize that you're really harsh on yourself. They definitely do want you around, you know? Um, okay, so what does SSA want to tell me for no contact? A hermit, this is weird. This person's living their own life, going around their own thing. their anger or their resentment for other people. They might not feel like it was unfair what you did, or if they left, they're like, it was, yeah, you know. So I feel like this person needs to change how they feel about things, you know, but don't worry about it, you know. Be happy, be in the moment, because you know what, they're trying to live their best lives, so should you, you know. You should be like, spite them, I'm gonna live. Thick shimmer. Ooh. I love like the, you know, the shimmer like eye shades. I really want to get like a chameleon one. Have you seen those chameleon ones that you like, you change the way in the light and it changes color? So what's blessings coming towards me this March? I'm Aquarius. So, Vic, you're naturally going to progress through a transformation event. So, what usually happens is a recycle of rebirth. So, that's good because sometimes when we're holding on to a cycle for a long time, we don't have that space where there's new things coming in. Sometimes there is that bit where I say with the death card, it's like you are waiting for a storm to approach and you're like hot and sweaty and sticky and you just want it to rain, and then suddenly the clouds open and it rains, it thunders, it pours. You might go out and dance in the rain, you might watch it, but you know, like after a while you just go, hey, that's nice, it comes in with vibrancy, it grows new plants. A death card is a good card. Page of Cups in reverse, you're starting to get out of your headspace, you know. So it might be actually really good to take a time to look around you, see new opportunities as they arise. Realize that if you're here in UK, it is spring, guys. You can plant your bulbs, plant everything. Make sure that everything comes out and like new plants are coming out. So maybe hold a plant, Vic. Maybe it's time to have a plant. Amy says, "Do I have love coming in?" It seems like you don't, but I was like sitting there going, oh my god, Amy is gonna think she's unlovable. The son's like, haha, hold up, Amy. You are like loving and joy and like, give me a second, Tassim. Tassim. Hey, there you go. Hey, 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 hey. You know, hey, enough. Go and think about life and come back. If you say you're going to be good in like a message on my thing, then I might unhide you. But you know, tonight we're all in a little bit of panic mode. We're all in like, hey, is this World War III? You know, like come on. We want love. Even if it's like superficial in some ways. Like, are we going to distract ourselves? Yes. um so honestly, Amy, realize that you've got love and joy. You're a very bubbly person, naturally happy person, Amy. And even though there's no one coming in on love, you should actually understand you're lovable. And now that can be very hard for people to accept that they're lovable, depending on how they got treated in the past, how their like current relationships have gone, you know. You need to realize you're lovable and realize that you're naturally a happy person, so you're going to attract love, whatever you like. You know, just you need to get past this because it's kind of like Yeah. Realize you're lovable, Amy. I think I should write rather than focus on a career avenue? The whole idea is saying you might not feel like, and don't get me wrong in this, you might have like hard times where like generally, um, like people are going to find your work not good, but that's okay. Saying, like what was it? Shakespeare wrote like 200 plays that still exist, and most of the time he borrowed from other people. We're actually looking back in time going, oh, did he plagiarize some things? Yes, he did. So honestly, make a good amount of work, See, Saint. So you should actually focus on other avenues, but keep writing. Keep on writing, okay? Please, if you in the future like publish a book, let me know. I'll buy a copy. You know. Hi. Will my first time meeting in person be like? You probably have a different thought about them as an S compared to like what they're going to be like in the photo. And don't be disappointed. Like honestly, like we tend to like think about people as like amazing, gorgeous, wonderful, and then we realize that they pick their teeth and they fart, you know? Um and that can be a little bit of a heartbroken. Like you have to grieve that like they're not perfect. No one is. So just accept that it's not going to be a thing, In a little bit, you're just like, yeah. See, Saint, tell me, like, if you come in and you're like, I haven't written today, I'll be like, say, Saint, why are you sitting here watching for 4 hours? Go and write. I'll be like, mm. we can check this. How will I have to deal with both V and M the same time next week? Yeah, I think that you'll be stuck in that situation, but realize that you're harsh on yourself. So whatever inner, like pretty as, like whatever your inner voice is telling you that they've said is not the truth. Usually people don't need to say like things like the way you think they are. And usually you tend to be more critical about what other people say about you or what other people are compared to yourself. Because you have to be nicer to yourself. And I know that's a big generalization. Some people are very mean to themselves, but what card did I pull? I pulled the Justice card in reverse and the Ten of Swords. So if you know what they are. So, and SNS, what was your question there? Because I was answering pretty. So, can you say what your question was again? Because I don't see it. The message retracted doesn't mean that I know. So, what did E feel and think about what he saw to me say? Oh my god, Sophie, he's heartbroken. I don't know why, but yeah. Let me go back in time. Um, can I? Let me see for you. Is this gonna give me that? I think I've gone back in time too much. That's Amy's. Please tell me like what your question was, and I'll know what cards I pull for you. Because sometimes I forget. So even if you like sit there and go like my email is in chat. If after this I remember, I will tell you. So Safia Safia says current feelings of B towards me. Heartbroken and the Hermit. This person might be heartbroken. They're hiding away from people right now, so unfortunately. Thank you, Emmy, for that. So honestly, let's go. What are going to be Kay's actions towards me, says Sagittarius? I'll be go, you know, going to get at it. Okay, so they might feel like they're unworthy. They also might not be telling you the complete truth. You know, like imposter syndrome still like happens, Sagittarius, when people are like trying to date people, is they don't think that theirs is. Put like, please. Thank you, Emmy. You deserve better, sweetie. You're the best. Look, guys, if you can stay and you can keep the stream up, you know, like I would love to monetize this channel. I don't ask for donations. You can donate, you know, but I don't ask for them, you know, because I can understand that everyone's going through life and they really want guidance and they really want help. And this is like my volunteer in some ways. Like I love it. What is the trauma that A triggers when it comes to me? That he thinks he's too reliant on you, Cosette, and then like he wants to go his own way. So it's kind of a weird thing is that this person has this pull and draw. It's like, hey, I'm too reliant on this person. They're going to notice. And I've got to like be reliant on myself. So it's kind of a weird thing, you know? Thank you, Princess, for telling me. Victor's attentions towards me. There's also the Hermit and Stock. I feel like this attentions, Barbie, is that this person doesn't know how to approach you. Maybe even have a hard time like approaching women. I'm just assuming with the Barbie. But honestly, if this person tends to be kind of socially awkward, then like hell no. You know? So honestly, these people like you've got to realize that sometimes people can be highly anxious because one thing we have is like we are very, very good at being a highly predictive piece of software. So our brain's just constantly looking for patterns. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It just like sits there and goes, "Hey, like honestly." um. So yeah, so sometimes people tend to get in a certain state where they've like imagined the rejection 1,000 times, you know, they've like got rejected or kicked out or like the whole idea they think, oh yeah, like they're gonna sneer at me and they're gonna kick me with their Louboutins, you know. Obviously, I don't have them because I can't pronounce them properly. I would like a pair of dad's shoes. If someone wants to donate for dad's shoes, I do salsa, by the way. So, I haven't done it during COVID, but it definitely makes me happy to dance. You know. So what does Omar tend to cling to you? This person's just naturally in a state of anxiety about people just not being there. You know, this person might not have like, you know, when you're getting scared of the dark, this person gets scared that people are gonna leave. You know, this person might have dreams that they wake up and like they're in this room and they can't leave this room, but like their friends are not there anymore, you know. Um, so they tend to get very highly anxious, not just like you, but everybody else. Also, the whole idea is they expect you to always come back. You know, 13. They expect you to be the back burner. You know, which is interesting. You know. What things will these Sagittarius not love about me in our future sentimental relationship? Okay, interesting, Angel. This feels like you need to read a book, Angel, and I'm going to leave that as a thing that you can read. And I would definitely suggest it to everybody that's in a relationship. It doesn't matter if it's a heterosexual relationship or a homosexual, whatever floats your boat, you know. But I will definitely suggest you Esther Perel's Mating in Captivity, you know. And the whole thought is that we can be too close to our partners nowadays. We want them to love us unconditionally, but then we're not designed for very close contact with partners, is because we need that thing where they become erotic to us. Like when we get too close to them, we tend to lose that eroticness about us, Angel. And that is what I would definitely suggest, because when I'm looking at these cards, I definitely feel like this is going to be what would change your relationship, you know? Your voice is very British. Okay. The British woulda. I always find it funny with woulda. Butter. Why is British like always saying butter, pasta woulda, woulda? um, I'm Australian. I live in the UK, but that's so sometimes when I say something, I'll say it very A like. So in Britain, like when you say British, you say it with this kind of slightly accented, but you always have this I am British. And then you can go very, very, very Australian, you know, you know. Have you ever met an Australian? Well, now you have. So, when will I be able to think about this guy and move on? I feel like my guide is punishing me. Lynn, you've got to realize that this person was your complete opposite. And this might be like why you can't stop thinking about this person, because even though um compatibility attracts, opposites keep things together. So you might have to understand that why your guides are telling you that is that you enjoyed parts of his personality that you can put on your own, you know. So like if you enjoyed his independent spirit and you couldn't feel like you're independent, you were actually attracted to some of his traits, not the person itself, you know. Haley says, what career path should I choose? Honestly, anything that gives you a certain amount of radiance, hope, and joys. It's also got to be something to do with strength. So, as I said towards you, like you should do modeling, but then I felt like you were very called to act, and do like a triple threat, you know, like maybe not dancing, but definitely like you might not do like singing, but you can do a triple threat. Cosmic, just put down your question. We're kind of a little bit quiet now. It's like 7 people, so I should get to yours quite quickly. So I feel like anything that brings you the happiness are the things that bring you the most close to like joy and happy is what you should choose. But I think you should be strong if like supermodeling, like modeling in general is what you want. Keep on working on it because it's going to be close to what you want, you know? Um S&S. I wish that I knew which one because sometimes I'm like I can't remember off the top of my head unless I got the question that came with it. What lesson did the AI take from our connection and our feeling? um, I don't know. I feel like how to spot some attention-seeking behavior. It might have been like something that you did or something that you normally did. Whether it was like if you didn't get your own way, you cried. Some things that, and I'm not going to say manipulation's not in everything. You know, when we say that, like, when we think of manipulation, we only think of evil manipulation. And I think we don't realize that when we are influencing people in general, we are like having a certain amount of manipulation in place. But this person might think that you kind of were slightly more attention seeking in a way that they didn't like. So they might have thought, okay, well, now I can spot that. Also, you like taught them how to choose life choices because they didn't choose a lot of things before you were in their life. Still choice, still life. Sorry, still choice. Still life. So therefore, they kind of know how to make decisions now compared to when you weren't with them. And what kind of sibling am I? Okay. Um, I feel like one that doesn't know. Oh, okay. Are you the youngest? I'm getting youngest vibes here. Um, one that stays at home. I feel I got stuck in some general gist, but I feel like you stay at home. Lemongrass. You're very much chaotic. You might just do your own way. You get stuck on a lot of things, and like they sit there going, "Hey, like you should do this," and you're like, "Shut up!" Like I'll do whatever I want. So I think they kind of like leave you alone for most part, and just accept that you're going to go through your phase, whatever phase that is, but honestly. Um, yeah, I feel like it's the youngest vibe. I don't know why. Um, uh, okay, so Nasmia says, how is Rajab currently feeling about me? King of Wands. This person kind of are reliant on you in a little bit, but they're also growing themselves. So, Nasmia, maybe you're pushing this person to work a lot more on themselves. Because when we think about other people, sometimes like people say, how is this person currently feeling? You know what? They're probably not thinking about you, unfortunately. Nasmia. They're probably thinking, I'm hungry. Where did the last chips and salsa go? I I don't want to go and work tomorrow. It's like, you know, like how many times have we like we're not constantly thinking about other people unless we're in the obsessive phase at the start of a relationship. So, hey, Linus, how are you? Hello, how does Sagittarius feel about me? Okay, so Moon, and just keep on going. Okay, so honestly, this person's not gonna like take any kind of gossip that other people have about you. They keep thinking that you're part of their life decision, and they tend to look towards the future instead of like thinking about the present. So they're actually in a certain mode, lucky, where they're actually seeing you as like future, you know, like they're probably just like broadcasting you in the future, you know. What is my talent and what's the guide's message? Honestly, I feel like you're very nice to grumpy old men. Um, a lady. You know how to deal with men that are just like not great at like expressing your feelings, emotions. I think you tend to look after people that are kind of like a little bit more grumpy. And you tend to just naturally have this kind of sparky thing. You're like, hey, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? So you're doing great. So, you know. Sophie says, does he miss me? Empress in reverse. Well, this person's naturally stuck on you, but they can't creatively be able to manifest this like tangible, or they never really wanted kids with you, Sophie. So sometimes this is hard because like when people don't imagine having kids, sometimes people don't want kids, you know? Like some people, like you could sit there and go, I don't want kids. Yeah, that's fine. But the whole idea is if you don't want to, like, Astro, put down your question, please. Um, if you never thought about, like, for a second, like, hey, can I have kids? Then yeah, that it doesn't work like that, you know? Lauren says, why does AA not want to talk to me again at this time? His heart is full. He's working on himself. Page of Wands. There might be the whole idea of that he doesn't have enough energy to summon to approach you. It's also that he tends to be looking at the little details. Um, so he's actually like more in a space of detail orientation. So it's just like one of those things that he's probably picking up quite a lot of like how can I explain it, Lauren? If someone doesn't really feel um like they need to be around you, they might be like, oh yeah, but that person does this, they do that, you know. Sometimes we can forget the good parts of that person, and they just like turn into this most evil monster. I'm not meaning that he thinks that that's you, but you know, like he's thinking of like, oh yeah, she did that. Oh yeah, she did that. So Angel says, did M put a spell on me? Does he still do? I don't want him, but felt a pull towards him unwillingly. Like, honestly, I think you're attracted to this stereotype. Oh, actually, that makes sense. You're attracted to this kind of person. I don't feel like you're doing that. Like, I don't think it's a spell. I feel like naturally you're drawn to this archetype. So this person tends to be very good with money. They tend to invest. So I feel like the stereotypical male. go to work, earn a paycheck, go home, spend it on like whatever they want, and they give some to the wife. So the wife is like stay at home. This kind of feels like the archetype that you're drawn to. And whether that's the case or not, it seems to be the way that you naturally want relationships. This could be down to your parents. You know, a lot of times when we see like how we deal with someone, how we react to someone, that's the case. When we see the way that we interact with our parents and how they've interacted with each other, that's usually how we've gone with the way that we expect or drawn to a natural relationship. Hi, Zena, how are you? Okay, so okay, so Lynn says when he thinks of me, ma'am, what does he think? Chasing. Chasing. So that person feels like is chasing. So why do I keep dreaming about London? You mean the place or the person? London. Okay. Over flirting and tending to have more of an ego. I think the whole idea is if you're talking about the place instead of a person, it's because you think that life will be good if you move cosmic. Like if you went to London, that would be like what it is. If it is a dream, it's because then you get whatever you want. You know, if this is a person, you get to over flirt with them. You get the the thing where they just are receptive. You can be so ego driven in dreams. Like it's the best thing because in dream like everyone turns into a receptive person. Like if you want like a sexy dream, they're completely open to it, you know? So whatever you dream is usually like that bit where you, everything comes true, everything comes shiny, other than obviously nightmares, you know. But most of the time it's so we can experience what it would be like to have a bit where no one says no to us, you know? Like, hey, that's life. Does Asu still like me or moved on? Well, he sees you as like a Queen of Wands. But yeah, he's moved on. So honestly, this person still sees you as being really great and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the case. So Lemongrass says, do I have any good qualities? Shut up. Of course you do. You know, everyone does. Whether you get people surrounded with you that obviously have like um can understand your good qualities, that's down to you. You need to surround yourself with people that can understand that you have good quality. If they don't, then you're around the wrong people. So your good qualities are that you're very good at being responsible. You tend to be able to moderate your behavior, which is good. And that means that you don't tend to emotionally bleed that much. So when I mean emotionally bleed, you can hold on to like if you're upset. Like people wouldn't notice, I feel. Like you're very good at hiding that so you don't affect other people, which tends to be a sign that I feel like you're slightly more empathic because then if they like take it on, um then you get it back, you know? Hi Prejudice. So Nine of Pentacles, you're also a hard worker as well. So Astra says, and Moses's intentions these days towards me, thank you. Last time I reached out, he disappeared. I think he's thinking wiser. It's wise enough to stay in the present. So I feel like he feels that you kind of create like a little bit more like work or trouble, Astra, and he doesn't want that. So I think he's thinking it's wise enough to just leave you alone. Should I choose the 4th day or the 11th day? The 4th day seems to be really good. There doesn't seem to be anything for the 11th, so I would say 4th. May the 4th be with you! Which is not that far away. Oh, I am such a nerd. 13 says, what does Omar don't want me to know? Like, I like what he's hiding from me? What is he hiding from you? He doesn't want to work that much. So honestly, I think that he doesn't want to work very hard in life. He's also chasing love, not money, so he tends to be one of those people that tends to be in the present moment chasing tail instead of really putting in the work. Temperance, his life is out of control. So I feel like this person just doesn't care. They're just living in the moment, not caring, you know? So okay, so does Nausea really like me? He texted me like 10 minutes ago. I haven't replied. This person doesn't seem like they want like kids or they want kids with you. Now that might be a problem, you know. So this can be a little bit of like they haven't thought about having a family with you. So sometimes it's because they haven't really got to know you yet, you know? Sometimes people are really like, I'm going to wait. And so you've got to realize that that might have to take a while, you know? And don't sit there, ladies, and say, I don't have a wow, you know? Hello, Ashley. Because honestly, you don't want to get married to someone that you don't know, you know? Ace of Swords as well. This person wants you to be less truthful. And that doesn't mean like you need to be like not telling the truth. Sometimes it means just don't say anything if it's not nice, you know? Or be very highly tactful. Be softer, you know? Yolanda, how are you? So I feel like this person likes you enough to think whether they would want to have a family with you. But I don't know whether they've really got into the point that they care enough to say love, or the whole idea of attraction. Sometimes people don't have an attraction at the start. Like if you're what is it? Demisexual? It like you get a love connection after the fact, which is kind of a weird thing because you won't get crushes. So what is Vincent's next actions towards me? Okay, so they're gonna chase love, not money. So they're definitely on that bit, Denise, where they want to do that. I also don't want to have kids with you. But this could be just because, as the same as Xena, they might be not ready for kids, you know? They might sit there and go, oh yeah, we could have sexy types, but I don't want kids, you know? And that's okay. That's good. We don't want to have kids at the start of a relationship, right? So, you know, like people change. Like, if they don't consider this right now, does not mean that they won't change their mind in the future, you know? But you know, so you just have to accept that they're chasing love, so they're chasing you, you know? So you're very welcome, Lauren. How does LM see me as a person? Oh my lord, can we stop having an essay, please? And what is his feelings for me, says love deception. Okay. So the hardest part is this person had an argument or a standoff with you in the past, and they still think about that. So it's kind of weird because this person has like the only thing that they're thinking of is this. So that's kind of a hard part. You're very welcome. So I don't feel like they're thinking much more than the argument that they had in the past. Is Asu your twin flame? I don't think so. There's no kind of like bit that this person might be a twin flame. They could be a soulmate. But they definitely work hard for you. And honestly, this person, if they work hard for you, Linus, that is good enough, you know? Like, if that person is working their butt off trying to make you happy, then, you know. You want to know if any thinks about me or feels anything for me. Also, sometimes, like, with reincarnation, you might not be destined to be with your twin flame this lifetime, you know? Uh, feels anything for me? Yes, this person is very much trying to come towards you. They don't want to because Pride and Prejudice, a lot of times guys have to choose whether they want to be bachelors or want to be in a relationship. And now girls don't get upset with me, but then they have to pick up their socks. They have to like lower down this toilet seat, and you know, like sometimes it feels like a hassle, you know? So honestly, this person's wanting to approach you, but they have to make that life choice first, you know? If you're already with that person, it's commitment more. So it might be like, hey, we're now like been dating so long, do you want to get engaged, you know? General reading for going through March. Okay, there is the King of Swords coming in for the horizon. Um, this can be very good for you, very beneficial. This person is a leader. They tend to be highly intelligent, highly charismatic. They also tend to be more present driven. No, they should be more present driven. They tend to focus on the present. No, actually, I lie. Yeah, they need to be more presently minded. It's hard with reversal sometimes because I remember the thing upright, but sometimes it's hard because yeah, the when you're doing reversal, sometimes it's a reversal. So you've got to remember what the reversal means, you know? Astra, general reading for going through. No, this is. Will Kay reach out to me? The sky is not falling down. I feel like the cards are telling you that they're going to reach out to you. You've got to realize that you're slightly weak right now, Sagittarius. And don't worry, don't panic, okay? You know? Hey, Crystal! You know? And Ashley, thank you for the like, you know, that helps me a lot, you know. What's coming towards me in love? There is this attention-seeking behavior that you're coming towards. Interesting, honestly. Okay, you need to be good at expressing emotion. Like, and this might be the case, is you need to be more direct about what you want, Yolanda. You can't be like more um emotionally manipulative or something like that where you sneakily get what you want. You need to be more like open and pragmatic. Like, hey, like I really want you to do this today. Are we going to be able to do this? You know, like schedule it down, make sure to let them know if you want something particular instead of hinting. Okay? Ace of Cups in reverse, your heart is full. So the problem, Yolanda, is when like we try to bring people in and our heart is full, they'll just bounce off. They'll be like, it's like, you know how you see like guys that are full of muscles, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm glad that I'm not their girlfriend. I'm not saying that muscles aren't good. It's like, honestly, guys, before you sit there and go, yeah, she's a bad person, you know, um, just think of the imagination of like you give this guy a hug and he just bounces you off like boof, and you're like, ah, out to like obviously cartoon stuff, but you need to give like space. You need to go through your heart, declutter your heart. If there's someone in that heart space that doesn't give you that, you just need to like go, hey, I know I share a connection with you. Can you please stop? You know, like one thing I do is you can probably look it up. In Reiki, we have like energetic cords between people, and you can like cyclically just snap them and like remove them, and that's good. That's good. But yeah, you need to go through and sort out your heart space. Then you have King of Wands on the horizon. This person will naturally be a very extroverted person. They tend to get energy from being out. They like sports. If they play sports, then they tend to be more outside. I always feel like a King of Wands are naturally like runners. You know, just like it's like you'll meet him at a runners club. So yeah, they tend to be like more like surrounded by other people, but reversals that tend to like put the energy on you. So what happens when ones like people, they tend to turn their energy to one person, and they tend to not realize that they're highly intense. They're highly intense. So you might be like, oh my god, I love you, but please go and like talk to your friends. Like they'll be like, you sure? I wanted to spend time with you. You're like, enough, you know. um. Okay, so what was all that happened in December with Mr. December my fault? How did he view the situation and blockage? Honestly, I don't think that you could have changed the situation. There was anger and frustration on both sides, and I don't think that you both mostly knew how to like um which is kind of weird because I always say to people, like, why can't we have a relationships class for school? Instead of sex ed, we need a relationship class. Because one thing that I would like to do is conflict resolution. Because we're terrible. Like, who said that people naturally can conflict resolute? No, they like honestly sometimes you're going into a like war zone in a relationship. You're like you're geared up for the war. You got the and you got the what is it, you know, your helmet on and everything on, and you're like ready, like you're like it's shaking in your boots, and it's a hostage situation, so you're like how do I negotiate with someone? They got all the power. They're like, oh yes, I want a car and I've got cash. You know, I know that's like a lot, but you know, a lot of times we don't know how to conflict resolute easily. And honestly, one thing that you should take from this is that you can learn now, you know? So next time when people get defensive, you don't get defensive. When people get angry, you don't get angry. You don't escalate things. You just go, okay, fine. So honestly, you're cute and adorable, and you should always be enjoying your life because you have this kind of childish energy, but it's cute. I think honestly, you know how to play, and you're young. You don't have to worry about it. And if you sit there and go, Cassandra, hold up, I'm not young. Don't worry, you know. We could be young at the heart, you know. Will B asked me to be his girlfriend early March. I feel so. Ooh, actually, this is interesting. This person finds you highly compatible, but you're not completely their yin and yang. That's interesting. You might need to figure out like how, Ashley, are you like being a little bit more masculine? Maybe you need to tap in your feminine side. Um, that doesn't mean that like guys need to be naturally masculine, but they tend to orientate towards the masculine. So you need to like, like be a little bit more softer. You need to be a little bit more like calmer. You know. We tend to tell women in society that they need to be loud, they need to be, and sometimes the way to get what you want is through quietness, through like, would you like do this for me? You know? So it could be that you're compatible, but you need to learn more about your yin instead of like, yeah, yin energy, you know? Yeah, you're over flirtating there. I think bring in the feminine mystique, and before people were like, oh, please don't bring in the mystique. Why do we need to bring in the mystique? A lot of times it's good to have multiple avenues that people don't see and we can hide sometimes, where you can be seductive and you can be soft and you can be warm and you can be friendly. And they don't need to see that all the time. You don't have to be all of those all the time. But I think the mystique would help, Ashley. Hierophant, get in touch with your spiritual side. This might be why you're like too yang right now, is because you're not quiet in your brain. So when you're not quiet in your brain, maybe your brain's too noisy that you're like open and you're noisy outside as well. You know, sometimes that can be a hard thing. What does M have that I don't, and what do I have that M doesn't? Oh my lord. Okay, so what do does M have that I don't? Trauma, like isolation from the past. So this person got a lot of people angry with them in the past. So they're kind of like, they sometimes burnt bridges that they needed to not burn. For you, you tend to be quite reflective. If something goes wrong, you tend to question that self, like your identity for the meaning. If someone's angry about you, you tend to go inside and go, is it my fault? Did that person, like, did I say something that that person didn't like? You might be a little bit more obsessive about that lemongrass, but that's what you do, which is great. I don't think that's a thing. What is E's relationship with a baby mama? They see each other as being compatible. that doesn't mean that this person's with this person, but they tend to see that they are from the same backgrounds, from same past, you know, the culture, religion, um, like family background plays a huge part in who we're going to be attracted to, you know? And the Hierophant, this person is kind of wise as well, so they've kind of come to agreement what they want in life in some ways. I don't think they're going to go towards people. Is this a new channel? It's been up Buffalo for 7 months. So it depends what you mean by new. What did M feel about me? Oh my lord. Okay, Page of Swords. I feel like this person's not going to tell you how they feel in general, and they're chasing money, so not love. So I feel like they don't want to like hurt you. That's what I feel like that is the thing. They don't want to hurt you about what they felt. You know? What do you see me moving out? Oh, honestly, girl, you need to get your hustle on. You need to start your own little tiny business. I feel pretty. But yeah, you're gonna move out soon. I think with a lot of things that you can, I think that side gig will help you a lot. Crystal, what was attacking Gunnar Thompson, and was something evil, or was it energy protecting me? I don't think it was like evil. You might be right, it was protecting you, but I feel like it was like at the wrong place at the wrong time, you know? Crystal, it's just like sitting there going, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, you know? So it's just like sitting there going, okay. Maybe you do have like a contact with like a little bit more energy, but yeah, it's just like sitting there going, it wasn't me. It might just be like a thing. Maya, did you put your question down, Maya? I hope you did. What would Thomas think if I tried to like talk to him romantically? Look, honestly, you've got to realize that if you put something out, you'll get something reflected back. So honestly, if you really want to like flirt with someone, then definitely do that. But I feel like this person would be like, what the hell? The Fool in reverse, like you should feel like very lighthearted, very free, but you should also like look at a person with eyes that kind of seek understanding. Like, why are they doing this? Why would they want to be like that? Victoria says, why hasn't my brother got back to me after my text? Honestly, let that, like, the universe kind of bring you the answer. I think, honestly, the brother, yeah, it's like he's probably forgot. He's like your derpy brother, I feel, Victoria. So he's just like mashed buttons in his pocket, or accidentally like opened it and forgot. I've been in a self-love journey for 2 years. Is there anyone coming my way? Buffalo, it's really interesting because you're still in a self-reflective state. And King of Wands, look, honestly, I'm going to tell you something. You're probably directing your, like, energy towards yourself. And honestly, if you direct your energy to other people, so if you, like, instead of, like, trying to, like, bring the energy in, you, like, direct it out. Like, if you think of yourself as a siphon, you're taking all your energy and you're just like putting it somewhere into your like your reflections. But honestly, you're great around other people and you're naturally magnetic. You should realize you're naturally magnetic. So accept that, you know? Okay, so we're gonna take 5 minutes and then I will close the list. Don't panic, don't run away. Was my rating read? I did, Stina. I hope that you were coming back. Cause yeah, I've done it. Were the guys from the academy gossiping about me? I don't feel like they have time for it. um, I think there's a choice where you can accept that people are going to not really talk about you, or think about it as like people going to talk about you, but it's arbitrary, you know? So I don't think they were, okay, at all. Did you put down your message? Ah, yay! I did. Yeah. How is love going to look for me and Quan this year? Okay, King of Swords upright, the Star in upright, the Lovers in upright. Oh my lord, there's a lot of cards here. Ace of Pentacles, Four of Wands. Firstly, we got two love cards here. So honestly, your bond is very deep. You are very highly compatible. This person's a very intellectual person. They tend to be very good at controlling their temper, which is great because swords tend to need to do that. You need to nourish and grow your relationship together. This could be a chance that you decide to get married this year. That's a possibility. But love, hope, joy, and celebration. Ace of Pentacles, you guys need to take on offer money that's coming your way. You should accept that. And Hierophant, you've got to be a little bit more wise. So you need to maybe take on some spirituality or take on a spiritual advisor. If this is about getting married, you'll probably get a priest that's ordained. So you'll have to talk about them. Yeah. So look, honestly, there's some really good things coming in for you, Maya. Donating on Friday? Oh my god! Crystal! Let me know if you need some particular questions. But thank you guys. If you donate, it helps me get more tarot decks. Like, obviously, mine is lovely, but it's getting like slightly worn. It's my favorite deck so far. So that makes people laugh as well. Bunny, I'm very lost at life. Emergency meetings from my guide to get back on track, please. Honestly, weirdly enough, Bunny, I'm hearing Bunny as a Rider by Caroline Polachek. If you don't know that, you can look up on Google Bunny as a Rider. Because I feel like this is you, like, in some ways. Queen of Cups and the High Priestess. Honestly, emotionally, your sound, the High Priestess in reverse means that you kind of have a manifestation blockage. So I feel like honestly, you need to understand why you're blocking yourself. And I don't know how to explain it other than you've got to figure out how people around you never got what they wanted. You know, I've had to talk to myself about, Zena, you have got red. Please go back in time. But yeah, I would honestly tell you, like, I had to question my like thing about money because I didn't realize how much of block my thing has been about money. And it's been about like my parents and everything. Like my granddad used to run around with like cord holding up his pants. And like, you know, the little kind of like yarn string, he would get his flip-flops and like fix them. So like he spent his whole life just collecting like string for various reasons. But you know, so what is Ivan's impression of me, says Monica? That you might be a little bit egotistical in like before you sit there and go, Monica, jump on, like, you know, you might be just talking more. And this person's just like, I have to listen to this. Like this, like before I started stream, like my poor partner like had to hear like an hour long discussion about my uncle. He hasn't met my uncle, you know. Um, so it's always good, but he just thinks that you might talk too much and you might need to listen a little bit more because this guy seems to be quieter. Why does he not reply to my texts? Because he thinks life is going good, you know, Safnia. He thinks that you're well looked after, well cared for. He doesn't realize, Safia, that honestly, when people are thinking life is good and you're running around in circles in their head like, oh my god, are they cheating on me because they're not replying to my messages? How are they feeling about me? You know, like sometimes when people are like sitting there going, life is good, like she's the amazingest person in my life and everything like that, you know, um they think that you're like understanding what they're thinking, but you're not. And if you're feeling like, oh my god, why don't they text me back? It's because they feel like you're safe, you're loved, you're cared for, because that's what they feel. You know, you've got to take on this feeling of love. Like they know where they're going. They know where they're going with you. And that's you're part of their life. They're not thinking of anything else. They have such a good self-esteem that they can actually keep you in their life and they know that they're going to take care of you. Exactly. So how did we go? So I am going to put the list is closed. You can squeak in while I just quickly write this down. Don't panic. Don't run away. Because the whole idea is I will get down to the end of the messages, you know. If I reach out to M, how would he respond? Any tensions? This person might be a little bit moderately, like, a little bit cooler. He might wonder why you want to, like, reach out to him, in some ways, north and south. And would rethink the answer. So, honestly, this person might be a little bit cooler, you know? Yes, my plans, I will do yours because you probably got in late. I know there's kind of a little bit there. It's so hard to be so shy. I went on a date, it was a nightmare. I go to the gym for like 6 days a week. Raising my two kids on your own. Buffalo. My heart goes out to you. How do you try to date in a smaller town being so shy? Honestly, there's a person that will come into your life. Queen of Swords. So honestly, I feel like you're telling me all these things that are holding you back. And you said that you did this self-love journey. You've given yourself so many excuses. Like it's hard to be so shy. well, then stop being shy. Like, maybe you should put on a persona, you know? Beyonce had, like, fierce Sasha for so long because she was scared of, like, going on stage. You want to date, that is a nightmare. Well, firstly, you're putting yourself in a space that you're getting nightmares about, like dating. I go to the gym 6 days a week. Well, you'll probably meet the person that you really want to date at the gym. You know, you can date at the gym. Raising your 2 kids on my own. Well, yeah, but some people are very happy with that. Maybe you need to date older. How do you try to date in a smaller town? Well, maybe you should find someone that's a little bit closer away. Being so shy. You say being so shy twice. That you identify with. So I feel like you can just sit and go, I need another persona. Jacqueline, I will do yours too, unfortunately, and then we will kind of finish up for tonight because I'm starting to run out of like voice. Sorry, Buffalo, to call you out, but I feel like this shy thing is something that you tend to identify too readily. Does he regret how he treated me because I was bitter about disrespect when I met him? I feel like this person might have wanted to give it a chance and give it a growth, but I think that you just chose that as a non-option. Um, like regretful? No. You know, sometimes people don't think they're being disrespectful or being rude. Especially the whole idea is this guy is a king of swords. So let me tell you something about like king of swords. They're going to be brutally honest. And sometimes this is kind of like, how can I explain it? Like people do have like on the spectrum, they tend to be very honest. They don't understand, they don't look at people when they kind of react, they're not with it, you know. Fatin says, what kind of job I will have in the future? Will I be famous with it? You don't want a fame. Honestly, no one wants fame. Some people do, but I don't feel like they're naturally going to do that. Okay, so death. There's a transition here. You might naturally progress into a place that you get filled with abundance. So I think you'll be happy wherever you go. I feel like organizational stuff. Like I feel like you'll be part of management organizing things. 13. So you're on the board as being the most important person in the business other than the CEO. You'll be the person that sits there and goes, this is what we're doing, this is how much time frame, and you'll be like really happy because it kind of keeps you busy, you know? V is still in a relationship with Smurf. Did I mute myself? Okay, good. I was like, for a second, I was like, please don't tell me like I have like put myself in a point that how is it going? Um why are you like saying that why do you have that particular name? Why did you choose that one? So is V still in a relationship with Murph? Thank you. Um Yes, he is. Why did you choose that one? Also, I would tend to agree that we're all monkeys, so why is there only one person? Yeah. Like, everybody deserves a certain amount of respect. Do you realize that I'm dating someone that falls under that? And I disagree. We're tending to kill everybody, so yes, exactly. AC is right. Yes. What's the point of like saying that? What? Why? Why? Let me deal with everybody else's ratings. You're very right, AC. Thank you, Fatin. Thank you. I wish you happiness too, Fatin. I hope that you get everything that you ever wish for. Crescent City, will he reach out to me again? What did he think about my message? You need to plan this a little bit more, and you've got to accept to go your own way, Crescent City, because I feel like this is a thing. You need to plan this connection, and if you don't get a reply back, you need to leave. So Bunny says, also I love reading for me and PG. I do love Bunny as a writer. Karen Polachek, unfortunately, I feel like you are the only one holding on to the connection. There is heartbreak there for you. I'm sorry about that. How is your yin yang balance any guidance? Well, we can always bring that on. Okay, so you're really highly out of touch with your feminine side, which is fine, you know? Karma, we are finished tonight, but that's okay. You can come back on Monday and Tuesday and we're reading, okay? So the Empress card means that you aren't connected with your creativity, which is like honestly the weirdest thing is with chakras. The one that has you're very welcome, Karma. I'm so sorry for tonight. Okay. So the sacral chakra is the bit that kind of gives you the creativity, but it's also where you're going to keep a baby kind of thing with the chakras. So honestly, with that you need to like identify whether you're scared of having kids, whether you're scared of creativity, whether the blockage is just like, oh, I have no pain, you know? Like, honestly, if that's the case, then that's the case, you know? Do I have anything up that's making noise? I don't know. You know? If there was something in the background, I wasn't aware of it. Okay, so honestly, also that you can be kind of slightly annoying, so emotional maturity with that as well. Victoria is emotionally maturity takes time. It also means that you gotta distance yourself from any ego hurt, which is hard, you know? Like, ego hurt is like the worst thing is that we feel we're attacked. We tend to lash out, we tend to get angry with people because we don't know how to deal with that, you know? So that's what I would say. Your feminine side needs work. So what's the future of my relationship with M? I feel like you're getting a good surprise soon. That's going to change your life from this. I think the cards are telling you to like look for money, not love. So it's kind of an interesting thing where the cards are like trying to make you realize to look for your like things. Moonlight, we are finished. Sorry that we are actually closed. Come back on Monday. If you do put on the like bell and you subscribe, then you'll know when I'm coming online. You can be the first in queue. Oh my god, I wrote you know, I'm not feeling very like happy about that. My question is, what does 2002 have in store with me? Tumblr girl, you need to put in the work. You need to also like have distractions. So you need to work hard because you're not putting in the work, and you need time to just distract yourself, you know. Your thing is Tumblr. I would put down 10 things that you want to achieve before the end of the year and work very hard for that, because that seems to be a good thing. But do take breaks, do take time to like do that. Hey, may I know what's coming towards me? Hey, Jacqueline, how are you? King of Swords in reverse. Oh my god. Yeah, don't kind of. Is this guy's going to be a grouchy monarch? And yeah, so honestly, guys, stay away from King of Swords in reverse. I feel like this is kind of like the intelligent bad boy, you know, Jacqueline. And usually people tend to be like, hey, like, we could change them. No, you can't. No. Like, unless people want to change themselves, you're never going to get there. Also, your life is good, you know. Life is going to come in, bring you little toys, bring you little treats, bring you lots of things. So, but like, honestly, leave this guy out of it, you know? Like, what does Em really like and not like about me as a person? Okay, so the M really likes that you have the ability to um create a bit where you're always constantly questioning your path and journey in life. You tend to rethink your way, your shift, your direction, your travel. You tend to think about how you're going to approach something before you do it. What they don't like about you is you tend to be one directional. When you get into your head, when you become highly focused, you can lose sight of everything around you. You tend to be very obsessive. When it comes to like, hey, I really want to do this thing, you just go, you know. What is my spiritual journey like? It says kiss my plants. I'm glad I don't have any cactuses. That would be hard. Like, I'd be like, oh my god, I have cactuses. How dare they? You know? um, yeah, please don't kiss your cactuses. That wouldn't be good. What is your spiritual journey like? Honestly, you are doing what you're doing, and you're doing it well, you know? So your spiritual journey is new love. You should experience it in as many things as possible. You're very welcome, North and South. Hello. That is 17. Hello, 17. I for a second I was like, oh my god, I read Roman numerals all the time, but For the life of me, I had to count that in my brain. Like to subscribe. Thank you, 17. Unfortunately, list is closed tonight. Definitely come back next Monday and Tuesday. 7 p.m. GMT time is when I do it. So definitely come back on Monday and Tuesday. And I do choose your own. I was going to say choose your own. Can I get my card and pick? I'll think on it, 17. Shh, don't tell anybody, okay? Like, you might get one card, okay? So, honestly, kiss my plants, you're doing good. Just experience as many things as possible on your spiritual journey because it's new love. You can swap it out. You can go, oh yeah, this thing doesn't do much. You can, yeah, have fun with your spiritual journey, okay? Heaven flower. Oh my god, we are closed. Heaven flower, I'm sorry. AC says, will I find love 1 year time? Please, I'm Scorpio female, 32-year-old, never had stable love. I'm going to therapy. I think this is a good idea because I feel like you choose not to choose your choices in life. You tend to go to the flow. And so, therefore, the whole idea is life will then choose for you. And you get in trouble if you always choose non-choices, you know. um I've seen so many women do it where they just end up in a really bad place because they get into a certain situation. um this means that even if love comes in for you, you tend to think you're not worthy enough, and you naturally, the love moves out of your life. Whether it's sabotage, I don't feel so. I feel like you just don't feel like enough. AC, you have a naturally sunny position, uh, like position. Uh, you tend to be naturally sunny as a person, and you tend to be very happy going, and people do like you a lot. You don't realize how much they like you, but you might feel very insecure about who you are as a person. You might feel really insecure about your body, but honestly, it's been a really good thing. Thank you, Mira. I've been watching you give readings, and you're one of the most amazing readers out there. You're definitely spiritually in tune, and it's so vibrant. It's also that I've done tarot readings with this deck so many times. Like, my cats understand what I'm going to pick up. So, honestly, sometimes just practice with the same deck over and over and over again. AC, like, you've got to realize that you're just a happy person and you need to work on loving yourself. And then you will naturally attract someone because you're going to have like this amazing aura of like, I just can't describe it. I think you'll naturally have a pink aura. You're just going to have this beautiful like you should see it. It's like a beautiful pink, like light pink. So cute. So I feel like you should realize that the person that you look at in the mirror is not real. It's not real. You're When you look at yourself in the mirror, you might feel like, hey, like, why can't people love me? It's because I don't look like everybody else. You've got to realize that a lot of times what you're saying to yourself is really destructive. And I'm glad that you're having therapy. I would also like when you're having negative thoughts, just like one thing you can say is it true? Which they probably taught you, AC. Is that thought really true? And if it's no, then you have to think it again, you know? So I feel like you will naturally get a partner in a year's time, but looking and dwelling on that, like advice from the cards, figure that out, okay? Like, you, if you don't like what's in the mirror, it's not because you're not pretty. It's not because you're cute. It's not because you're happy. Like, you've got to realize that this shadow self that you project on the mirror is not you. How can I strengthen the bond between me, the Cancer and the Taurus? Okay, interesting. The Taurus, you should know what Tauruses are like. So Taurus is like experiencing things. They are always going to enjoy like new experiences, novel experiences. They tend to be a very high connoisseur of food and and art, and they like consuming things. I don't think that that's a problem. So like, you're going to be their favorite person if you take them to a new restaurant they've never tried. You know, honestly, there is some attention-seeking behavior for you in the past. Now, this might not be with this person. It might not be particularly apparent. I feel like Mirror, this is underneath. So this can be like more that you. How can I describe this? Because I'm thinking for a second. Like, you project something else on top of this, but you kind of want people to see you, and then you kind of cover it up. Like, you want people to see, and then you kind of like, oh no, I'm kidding, I'm joking. It might be hurt. I feel like sometimes you feel like you're hurt and you're ready to like give someone something, and you're like, oh no, I'm fine, you know? So like, honestly, sometimes you need to like honestly say, hold up, you know? Especially if you're with a Taurus, because they'll be very honest and very blunt. And sometimes you gotta sit there and go, huh, no. That hurt. Because Tauruses can be very blunt, but they then don't mean it that way. They tend to just think of the simplest way to explain it to you. And sometimes that's not a great thing. Who's the Taurus in chat? I am. A general reading for you, Grace. Okay, so Devil and the Sun for you, which is interesting. Okay, Devil. Okay, so there is an addiction to taking on too much, Grace. There's addiction to overstretching yourself. You might have ended up in hospital before with like stress-related conditions, or because you pushed yourself too far. That's what I'm feeling, Grace. You're very welcome, Mira. Anytime, you know? The Sun is happiness, joy, and prosperity. Well, it's not prosperity in some ways. It's joy, happiness, and showing, projecting outwards the light and radiance inside you, you know? So instead of like holding it to yourself, you channel that outside. So it could be that you try too hard with people in general and you overstretch yourself a lot. But you should say that you're naturally talented in attracting people, and naturally talented in being happy. You're naturally talented in being able to be out, like, suns are radiant beings. They're the people that, you know, like Icarus. Fly too close to the sun, get burnt, you know? Like, honestly, like the radiance and joy that we get from like seeing the sun, being bathed in its warmth, being bathed in its grace, it's just amazing, you know? So honestly, I'm going to hide this because I don't want. Sorry, that's making me feel very upset, and I shouldn't be upset because that's what the reaction. That's supposed to be. So kiss my plant says it general. Are you masculine by any chance, kiss my plants? Cause yeah. I have a different reading for you if you're masculine compared to if you're feminine. So none of ones, the messages want to tell you that you're coming closer to what you want. And you should just keep on going. With this and this, so if you're masculine, you've got to work on your kind of control over, like, especially your anger. I would say with swords, when they get stressed, which they don't usually get stressed, like, stress is usually not what's, like, swords are naturally used to, because they tend to be so much in control. They tend to be like, hey, let's do it. You know? Um, if this is masculine, this could be like someone that, yeah. So as you said, femme. So honestly, if this is a masculine nature, and that doesn't mean that people can't be like, hello, same. We are finished for tonight, you know? Unfortunately, it's come back on Monday. Monday or Tuesday, you know? Sorry about that. I hope we could be friends. King of Swords in reverse. So this person might get angry, might get upset, they might lash out, they tend to be sometimes sarcastic, mean, and rude, especially if they don't appreciate you. So that's the case there. Also, the whole idea is that, yeah, so naturally, if you're an explosive person, kiss my plants, you might naturally attract people that are explosive, because no one else can cope with, like, the natural anger that you can display. So sometimes it's good to have a match, someone that kind of goes, like, clicks. Like one of my sisters can naturally get angry, but then what happens is that her partner just does that and it clicks over. She's not used to that, and that kind of shocks her into that thing. But yeah, like, if you're in this relationship, you're naturally going to get more and more angry, because what happens with emotions is we channel out um to if we tend to find it's like anger is the easy outlet, because we get what we want with anger. We might not get it with please and thank you, but we definitely get it with anger. So sometimes it's the easiest kind of mode to be in. It's like, hey, I want us to stop talking, so I'm immediately gonna get angry, you know? So if you keep on displaying anger, you're naturally going to reinforce that anger and anger and anger and anger. So sometimes, like, count to 10. Also, sit there and go, is this important? Like, sometimes it's like, is this important to get angry about? Sometimes it is, you know? Sometimes it is. Also, like, to the outside, sometimes people feel like you can be very immature. Mostly, hey, you, we're finished tonight. Please come back on Monday. If you hit the notification bell, you will definitely get notified Monday and Tuesday. Hey, you. So you tend to be a little bit emotionally immature to other people, and this might be because you get angry. So the whole idea is emotional control built in. So it could be interesting because you'll naturally attract this partner. Thank you, hey you. So you'll naturally attract this partner that you normally have. I need to go to sleep or I'm gonna be up or here all night. It's nearly 12 o'clock to me. I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin in like less than 10 minutes. How does Zach feel about me currently? He's definitely like thinking that he's kind of stuck with you. It might be that this person, weirdly enough, this is kind of a weird thing. The aspect that I'm seeing is not particularly like stuck. This person might be a little bit claustrophobic in relationships. You know, some people are naturally claustrophobic. They come in and they're like, oh my god, I'm claustrophobic in here. Please let me out. And it's not anything to do with you, Jacqueline. It's just how this person may feel in a relationship. And the full card. So this person's naturally like a happy person. They actually see that in you as well. So it's kind of like you want to be happy fools together. And that's good. I feel like that's a good thing, Jacqueline, because that tends to de-escalate, like, oh shit, like this is happening again, and I'm getting claustrophobic in the relationship. Sometimes it's hard because, oh, sorry, that was a knuckle crack. So that's a hard thing with that. But yeah, so sometimes like when we have like closer to a play state, when we're like not stressed out, we tend to open up to like, hey, this is not too bad. So we got 17, and then we will finish up today. I'm so sorry that I can't continue longer, but you know. So for 17, oh my god, why is that? Let me ask why, because I'm getting really confused for you 17. No, we don't want an essay. I don't want to be here all night. Sorry, cards. They tend to like telling me stories. So. Okay, you're stuck because you're in a space of weakness. Okay. I feel like I've got to tell you the story of like crabs in a bucket, which you probably know already, but you might not know why I'm going to tell you this story. So, if you naturally have crabs in a bucket, and they're still alive, obviously, they can escape the bucket if they so choose. But what happens is when a crab climbs the bucket, the other crabs pull them down. And I think naturally you've got to realize the weaknesses are that you get trapped by other people, the other crabs. And it doesn't mean friends. If it was friends, you would get a different reading. I think this is actually society that pulls you down, makes you feel more trapped as the crabs in the bucket. I hope that helps you, 17. Anybody else? Unfortunately, the readings are closed tonight. I hope you had a really nice evening. Thank you for staying if you did stay. Thank you for watching, and thank you for all your kind words. I don't mind if someone sits there and goes, hey, you read this wrong, it should be this. I am a weird person because I'm slightly intuitive, but that's because I chose to be more intuitive. But yeah, tarot reading is a journey. If anybody is interested, maybe in the future I'll do like a Patreon or something like that, and we can have a tier that has, if you want to learn tarot with me. And also, you've got to realize sometimes with cards, you've got to. Every single card deck is going to be different. So some of them reading for me are going to be different because the cats are different. I will see you on Monday. Okay, my dears? Have a good one. Have a good weekend. Take care. Lots of love. Bye bye.